Ladies and gentlemen, this is yet another day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice in it. My name is Sfiso Mbelu. I'm going to be the program director for today's seminar. And I'm not alone here. I'm with my colleague who is interpreting here, and her name is Mawai. That is her surname, W. Mawai. Thank you. Colleagues, please be aware that we are live on YouTube. As such, we want to greet all the viewers who are watching there in that space, and we're saying to them, they are also welcome. Let me just say, this seminar here is designed such that it is a safe, inclusive space for all of us. As such, all forms of self-expression are allowed, accepted, and respected, of course, including stimming. So I don't have much to say in the forms of housekeeping rules, but there are only two very important ones that I think we must all observe. The first one, please let us all ensure that we keep the noise levels down. If we want to approve, if we want to applaud, let us just do that by maybe waving our hands like this or like this. But please let us not clap our hands. And the second ground rule is the one that we all know, our cell phones. Can we please put them on silent? Thank you. So we are not going to waste much more time. So now I just want to call upon, it's going to be Amira Velegagen. She's the one that will be rendering the national anthem for us. If we may all rise again. Amira, over to you.
Così si caleli Africa, malu paganisu pondolwaio, Yiswa imitandazo Yesu, così si calela tina lusapolwaio. Chabasa Yesu, ufedise din toale motsue usibuluke se chabasa Yesu, se chabasa South Africa, South Africa. Uit die blauw van onze hemel, uit die diepte van ons ziel, oor ons eeuwige gebergtes, waar die kranse antwoord gee. Sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
Thank you very much. Thank you. She rendered it exactly the way I taught her to do it. And I'm very proud of myself. Thank you very much. Do you want to say something?
Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amira Willegagen, and it truly is a big honor to be here this morning. This day is a very special day for me because autism awareness and neurodiversity awareness is very close to my heart. My brother Vincent Willegagen is also neurodiverse. He has high-functioning Asperger's, and it has both been challenging and actually the most wonderful thing at the same time, which is very difficult to explain. But as we were growing up in the Netherlands, we had many challenges in the schools, the primary school and secondary school. They told him, "Oh, I think you should stay a year behind. He's struggling with this, and that." And my mother, she's the most wonderful mother in the world, she just told the teachers, no, thank you. Because we knew that he is capable of so much. But I think in schools, often you don't get the chance to show it in your way. People who are neurodiverse, their brain works differently, but just because it works differently doesn't mean that it is less than something else. Currently, he finished his studies in ancient languages and modern languages, so that is Greek, Latin, German, French, and English. And he completed his honors in English literature and language cum laude, top of his class. And currently he's teaching English in Italy to Italian students. And I think this just shows that everyone deserves to dream big, and everyone is capable of dreaming big and achieving their goals. The Lord blesses us all in different ways. He gives us all talents, which we can nurture and use to the best of our abilities. And that also includes people who think differently, brains work differently, and we also need those people, because I think my brother is one of the most genius people who exists. Maybe he prefers cats over humans, but I mean, that's also fine. And I love him so much. He shares his love in such special, wonderful ways, and I think it's so important to just create more awareness that we have so many different people in different walks of life, and our school systems should be open and acceptable to all of them. And there should be school systems in which every student is able to thrive, even those who think differently. So the last song I will be performing is an aria by Puccini Nessun Dorma. And at the end it says vincerò, vincerò, which means I will win, I will succeed. And I want to sing this aria for everyone who has ever been underestimated in their life just because they're different, and just remind you that you are able and you are capable to achieve your dreams. Just keep believing that we have all received talents which we can use every day.
Nessun dorma, tu puria principessa, nella tua fredda stanza, guardi le stelle che tremano d'amore e di speranza. Ma il mio mistero è chiuso in me, e non me nessun saprà
tempted to say, give her a loud applause, but I cannot say that. As a disciplined member of this house, we'll keep to the rules, let's just say. Thank you very much. That was awesome. That was awesome. A voice like that, I'm sure, can open the heavens. So for all of us who thought we were going to go to hell, today we know the heavens are open for all of us. Thank you for that rendition. We appreciate you very much. Thank you. Now let us come to our program. I've got a jam-packed program, and it excites me because of the heavyweights that are in the program. In fact, it gives me goosebumps. It sends shivers down my spine when I see these names. But without wasting any time, let us start where we're supposed to start. Somebody has got to welcome us. And let us all thank you. Let us all welcome the acting Vice Chancellor, and she is Miss Matabo Nakeni Mkingre. Thank you. Over to you, acting Vice Chancellor.
Thank you, Program Director, Dr. Mbelu, and Mrs. Winnie Mawai, our sign language interpreter, members of the University Extended Management, MEC Lebogang Maile, MEC for Education, Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation in Gauteng, Professor Mpine Makwe, the Executive Dean of the UNISA College of Education, Dr. Pravina Sukraj Ili, the Chief Directors responsible for Disabilities Matters in the Department of Women, Youth, People with Disabilities, Ms. Puti Mabelebele, the Chief Director of Persons with Disabilities at the Department of Women, Youth, People with Disabilities, Mrs. Humile Mashadile, Deputy President of the Republic of the South Africa, spouse, Mr. Dali Tambo and Mrs. Rachel Tambo, members of the university academics, program participants, esteemed guests, friends of the university, members of the media present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Ahi. And others might say and others might say dumelang. Others might say goeiemorgen. I count it an honor and a privilege to welcome you all on behalf of Professor Puleng Linkabula, the Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, to the World Autism and Awareness Seminar of 2026. Due to other competing priorities, the Vice Chancellor can regrettably not join us all at this very important platform, one which speaks to UNISA's commitment to diversity. The theme of our engagement today is autism and humanity. Every life has value. This important theme speaks to the very heart of who we are as a society. It reminds us that dignity, inclusion, and humanity are not optional ideals, but fundamental principles that must guide our actions, our institutions, our future. As the University of South Africa, we recognize that our responsibility extends beyond teaching and research. We are a university shaped by the diversity of languages, cultures, socioeconomic backgrounds, genders, and abilities, amongst others. As the largest open distance learning institution on the continent, we engage with students from all walks of life, many of whom face complex and layered challenges. Among them are students with disabilities who navigate not only academic demands, but also systemic barriers that can limit access, participation, and success. Today, I would like to reaffirm UNISA's commitment to inclusion, accessibility, and reasonable accommodation for all our students, particularly students with disabilities, including those who are autistic and neurodivergent. We are committed to ensuring that our systems, our platforms, our practices do not exclude, but rather enable. Such a commitment is revealed in the following, amongst others: strengthening accessible learning environments with our open distance and e-learning systems. And I would know about that because I'm the vice principal for ICT. Promoting inclusive teaching, learning, and assessment practices, supporting students through reasonable accommodation measures, listening to student voices and lived experiences to inform institutional change. At UNISA, inclusion is not a peripheral concern, it is central to our mandate. However, ladies and gentlemen, we must also be honest. Why is that? Well, while we have made progress, there is still much work to be done in this area. The journey towards full inclusion is ongoing. It requires continuous reflection, innovation, and collaboration. It requires us to move beyond compliance and towards genuine transformation. It requires us to center the voices of those most affected. The reality is that many autistic and neurodivergent individuals across South Africa continue to face significant barriers. These include, inter alia, barriers to education, barriers to healthcare, barriers to employment as well, barriers to full participation in society. These challenges are often compounded by inequality, limited access to services, and a lack of understanding. In this context, the theme, "Every life has value," becomes both a statement and a call to action. This theme calls on us to recognize that value is not determined by productivity, communication style, or conformity. Value is inherent. Value is human. I am of the view that if we truly believe that every life has value, then we must ensure that this belief is reflected in our systems, through policies, classrooms, our communities, and most importantly, in our universities. Inclusive education remains one of the most powerful tools that we have to transform society. It is within our education systems that we shape not only knowledge, but attitudes, opportunities, and futures. We must therefore ensure that inclusion is not an afterthought, but a foundation. This requires ongoing support and development for educators, accessible learning materials and platforms, recognition of diverse ways of learning and communication, and a commitment to reasonable accommodation as a right, not a privilege. Colleagues, we also need to recognize the importance of communication. For many neurodivergent individuals, communication may not always be verbal. This does not mean there is an absence of understanding. It means we must expand our ways of listening. It thus becomes pertinent that augmentative and alternative communication and other forms of expression must be recognized and supported within our systems. Why is that? Because when we give individuals a means to communicate, we give them access to participation, education, and and dignity. Equally important is the role of families. and communities. Inclusion does not happen in isolation. It is shaped in homes, supported by our communities, and reinforced through collaboration between institutions and society. We need to work together across sectors, across disciplines, and across communities to ensure that no one is left behind. Central to all of this is a simple but very powerful principle: nothing about us without us. We cannot build inclusive systems without including the voices of persons with disabilities. Their lived experiences must inform our policies, our practices, and our priorities. This seminar thus provides a vital platform to advance this work because it brings together diverse voices, it encourages dialogue, as well as challenges us to move beyond awareness towards meaningful and sustained action. The following facts need to be reaffirmed. Inclusion is not an act of charity. Inclusion is not optional. It is a matter of justice. When we fail to include, we fail to uphold the very values upon which our society is built. But when we embrace inclusion, when we recognize that every life has value, we move closer to a society that is fairer, more compassionate, and more just. As the University of South Africa, we reaffirm our commitment to this vision, a vision where every student, regardless of ability, has access to quality education. A vision where diversity is recognized as a strength, and a vision where inclusion is not aspirational, but is lived. Program Director, in closing, I would like to thank all partners, stakeholders, and participants for their contribution to this very important seminar. Let this gathering not end here. Let it be the beginning of a renewed commitment, a renewed collaboration, and a renewed sense of agency. Because when we truly embrace the principle that every life has value, we take a meaningful step toward building a society where dignity, inclusion, and humanity are realized for all. I thank you, and once more, welcome to the University of the Land, the university that graduates over 37% of the graduates in South Africa, the university that graduates the majority of the teachers in our country. Enjoy the program. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. That was profound. Indeed, inclusion can never be an afterthought anymore. No matter how difficult it is, there's no turning back now. We are all forging ahead. We are all saying we need full inclusion. Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. We appreciate you. Now, let me call upon the Chair of the Department of Inclusive Education at UNISA, Professor Mditswe. Professor Mditswe is going to give us the purpose of this seminar. Over to you.
Thank you, Program Director. Greetings all, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. Let me first acknowledge and observe protocol. I acknowledge the Office of the Vice Chancellor, the Principal, our Acting Vice Chancellor, Ms. Matabo Nakene Mgiti, and also the Office of the Deanery in the College of Education, we have got our representative, Professor Munyai. The school directors, we have our representative, Professor Ngubani. And to also appreciate and also welcome the institutional leaders who are present here. I extend my sincere greetings to the Honorable MEC for Education, Mr. Lebogang Maile, the spouse to the Deputy President, Ms. Humile Mashatile, Ms. Rachel Tambo, our esteemed representative from Gauteng, from the government and the Gauteng Department of Education, our valued partners and non-governmental organizations, and also our international guests who have joined virtually, our parents, our students, ladies and gentlemen, greetings once more. It is both an honor and a privilege for the Department of Inclusive Education, together with the College of Education, to host this significant seminar in celebration of the World Autism Awareness and Acceptance Month. We gather under the powerful theme, Autism and Humanity. Every life has value. This theme resonates with the global observance of World Autism Awareness Day of 2026 and calls us to move beyond awareness. Beyond awareness as a symbolic gesture, but towards intentional, sustained, and transformative action that recognizes inherent dignity, the worth, and the potential of every autistic and neurodivergent individual. Helen Keller once said, and I quote, "Alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much." This quote captures the essence of why we are gathered here today. As the Department of Inclusive Education, we do not approach this seminar as a ceremonial or a lip service exercise, but as a living platform for change, a community of practice where diverse voices meet, where knowledge is shared, and where collective responsibility is strengthened. We stand in unity to advocate for the young children, youth, and persons with neurodivergent. The seminar is firmly grounded in the global and the national commitment to inclusion. It aligns with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal for quality education, which calls for the inclusive and equitable education and living and lifelong opportunities for all. The SDG 4 reminds us that no education system can be truly effective if it excludes those who learn differently. At national level, this initiative is guided by the South African progressive frameworks. And we have got the Education White Paper 6, which advocates for an inclusive education and training system that accommodates all learners. We have got the National Development Plan 2030, which envisions a society where people with disabilities are truly integrated and empowered. We also have the South African Constitution, which upholds the rights and dignity, equality, and the freedom for all citizens. These frameworks compels us not merely to reflect, but to act. Program Director, distinguished guests, this seminar serves as an action-oriented platform to support government efforts in advancing the rights, the inclusion, and the empowerment of autistic and neurodivergent individuals. It strengthens collaboration between government, academia, and civil society while amplifying the voices and the lived experiences of the neurodivergent people. Our purpose is anchored in 5 key objectives. The first one, we aim to strengthen awareness and deepen understanding of autism and neurodivergence. We promote inclusive education and equitable access to services. We address systemic barriers affecting young children, youth, and people with disabilities. And also we advocate for economic empowerment and meaningful societal participation. And we also encourage coordinated cross-sectoral response to disability inclusion. But beyond the policies and the objectives, there is also a deeper moral call. As Nelson Mandela profoundly stated that education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. If education is that weapon, then inclusive education is the justice that ensures no one is left behind. The World Autism Awareness and Acceptance Month provides us with a platform to educate, to challenge stigma, and to transform mindset. It reminds us that autism is not limitation of humanity, but different expression of it. As a department, we call for a move beyond tolerance, a true acceptance, recognizing neurodivergent as a strength. We must dismantle harmful stereotypes and replace them with informed understanding, and we advocate for systems that are responsive, that are accessible, and that are humane. In closing, I quote Temple Grandin, who is the leading voice of autism advocacy, that the world needs all kinds of minds. Ladies and gentlemen, the true success of this seminar will not be measured by today's discussion, but by tomorrow's action. Let us become the agents of change. Let us move from awareness to action. Let us also move from exclusion to belonging. Together, let us build a society where dignity is not conditional, where diversity is celebrated, where every individual, regardless the neurodivergent difference, is valued. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, you are welcome and enjoy the seminar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Motiswe. Now we are all welcome here, and we know the purpose, so we are moving on. In our program day, we're supposed to be having the minister, but unfortunately she couldn't attend. We are told that the date that we chose, which is Wednesday, this day, is the busiest in the government, where there are a lot of meetings, including the cabinet meetings. This leads me to the speaker that I'm going to introduce now. Let me say, I'm humbled to see the government and the departments of education working together. Indeed, inclusion is a joint venture. It can't be politicians alone. It can't be academics alone. We got to work together, because together we bring various skills. So there is a hope always when I see our government officials attending such seminars as this one. So we are all, or maybe we should be all aware of the recent reshuffle that has taken place in the provincial government of Gauteng. As a result, our MEC, who is here today, got to know about this occasion just yesterday, and we are very sorry for that. But because she is a man who is eager to make a difference in our education, he felt he needs to come here, and he is here today, and we appreciate him very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now introduce the MEC of Education in the Gauteng province, and that is Mr. Lebogang Maile.
Thank you, Program Director. Indeed, the Wednesdays are very difficult. Hence, I'm sure even His Excellency, the Deputy President, would have wanted to be here, but today it's cabinet days, even in the provincial government, and that's why I had indicated to the Program Director that kindly excuse me, because I would like to be given a leave after speaking, go and join colleagues, because as I'm speaking to you, the meetings are on. I'm actually out of order because it means I'm absent from work, but there was no work is more important than this one, and that's why I said to my team, we will definitely have to be part of this important seminar. Let me start by thanking you, Program Director, and thank the acting Vice Chancellor, Mematabo Nakeni Mkingi. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. And let me also acknowledge the spouse to the Deputy President, Mrs. Humile Mashatile. Appreciate Ms. Rachel Tambo, who's here, and senior government officials, Dr. Costa from the Department of Education, who was basically giving me a lecture on Saturday on why we need to do work and what kind of work we need to do. So she's a champion in our department, and we have a better understanding because of her. Dr. Noshin Amin from the Department of Basic Education, Professor Sifoto from UJ, Professor Simon Baron Cohen, who's joining virtually, Dr. Tony Atwood from Australia, Dr. Jeffrey Gwenzel, the CEO of ICDL in New Jersey, Kate Wattle, and I think I saw Mr. Zain Balbia from the Office of the Premier, who's the champion in the whole of the Gauteng provincial government. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to stand before you today as we gather for this important seminar that rightfully coincides with Freedom Month in our country. The theme for World Autism Awareness Day, as earlier articulated, 2026, was, and I quote, autism and humanity. Every life has value, and I close quote. The United Nations aligned theme affirms the dignity, rights, and worth of all autistic individuals, aiming to combat misinformation and promote inclusion by moving beyond mere awareness towards acceptance. It is a theme that reflects the essence of what Freedom Month is to South Africans. The month encourages reflection on the gains of democracy, honoring those who fought for freedom and focusing on active citizenship, social cohesion, and the rule of law. Autism awareness and acceptance sit within these reflections. Reflections on what gains we have made in this democracy to recognize the value of autistic individuals. How we remember their contribution to the democratic project. What laws we have in place to protect the rights and promote the inclusion of autistic individuals. And what kind of society we need to create in which autistic individuals can thrive. Literature on the autism spectrum disorder has largely been focused on the experiences of individuals who live with autism. It recognizes correctly that children with autism frequently encounter significant challenges in communication, social interaction, sensory processing, and behavioral flexibility. It highlights key difficulties that they confront, including navigating complex social cues, managing intense sensory overload, strict adherence to routines, and controlling emotional outbursts or self-injurious behaviors. It correctly makes the argument that these obstacles often leads to isolation and require tailored support in educational and home environments. While this literature is significant, there is an issue that we need to reflect on critically, particularly within the ideational space and in government. And it is that while autism is a global neurodevelopmental condition with approximately 95% of the autistic individuals living in low and middle income countries, less than 1% of global autism research originates from regions such as sub-Saharan Africa. Even in countries like South Africa that are research active countries, there is a noted deficit in skilled labor for specific fields like molecular autism research. The implications of this uneven production of research are significant. The disparity creates a limited literature landscape where Western clinical models are often applied to diverse cultural contexts without proper validation. This occurs because the gold standard diagnostic tools were developed in high-income Western English-speaking countries. Translating and validating these for regions with thousands of local languages and different cultural norms is a significant barrier. But there is also a question of justice that arises in this conversation. Historically, Western researchers have collected data in the global south without involving local authors or communities, leading to findings that lack local relevance and fail to build sustainable research infrastructure. Furthermore, this knowledge extraction perpetuates the idea of the knowledgeable other that has historically positioned Africans as data sources and consumers rather than active participants in the production of data. Recognizing this challenge, the Gauteng provincial government has taken the decision to contribute to the knowledge gap that has seen research on autism and related neurodevelopmental conditions be transposed from the global north. The Gauteng Department of Education has launched the African Neurodiversity Association and the African Neurodiversity Journal. We achieved this with the support from a wide range of stakeholders, including Dr. Emil Hoos, representing the University of South Africa and the University of Johannesburg. The African Journal of Neurodiversity aims to advance knowledge of neurodiversity and neurodiverse individuals from an Afrocentric perspective. The journal publishes original research, reviews case studies, policy briefs, implementation notes, practice toolkits, commentaries, book reviews, and theoretical papers that contribute to understanding neurodevelopmental conditions within African context. It focuses on issues including family education, empowerment and support for neurodiverse individuals, community engagement and awareness initiatives on neurodiversity, advocacy and inclusive practice development related to neurodiversity, epistemistic equity in neurodiversity between the global North and South, personal, family, school and community narratives, and pathways to neuro inclusion, community, school, workplace, and lived experiences regarding neurodiversity. Approaches acknowledging strength, affirming identities, and challenging deficit-based models concerning neurodiversity. These areas of focus matter because their understanding is the foundation on which the creation of a society that transcends the understanding of autism. As correctly argued by the United Nations, it is crucial that we promote inclusion by moving beyond mere awareness towards acceptance. This year, our Provincial Autism Day adopted the theme building a Pan-African neurodiverse community. This theme recognizes the diversity of South Africa and its place not as an island, but as part of a larger African community that needs to address the challenges facing autistic individuals collectively. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gauteng provincial government recognizes the importance of creating inclusive education and access to autistic individuals. We believe that enhancing access to education, therapies, and support services is not only our legislative responsibility, but that it is our moral responsibility towards creating a society in which every life has value. We are working to increase access to autism-specific schools and units within the Gauteng province. As of 2026, there are 8 autism-specific schools in the province, with 4 of them located in townships. The resourcing that is provided at these schools include curriculum kits, autism-specific playground equipment, therapeutic equipment, sensory regulation equipment, access to social workers for parents, and access to skills programs. There are a further 35 special schools that supports autistic learners in autism units or integrated in the general operations of the schools. Special schools that functions as resource centers play an integral part in the capacity building of parents, caregivers, family members, educators, government officials, communities, of assessments, and of providing care and support for parents. To date, over 5,000 parents, community members, and teachers are capacitated. In the understanding of autism, teaching strategies, and behavior management, 4 special schools have also been designated as resource centers. These include Futara, Randburg Clinic School, Via Nova, and Cura Moose. They have embarked on implementing the World Health Organization training program of care and support for parents. A total of 60 parents are about to complete the 13-week program, where they will become centers of support in the communities where they reside and work. Further rollout of the World Health Organization care and support program for parents is planned, recognizing that autism awareness and acceptance depends on collaboration and the involvement of multiple stakeholders. We have established a close working relationship with associations, training institutions, various departmental entities in national, provincial, and local government, such as the Department of Health, social development, and correctional services. We must also recognize the support of partners from other African countries, parent groups and organizations such as Autism Ekasi, Autism SA, the ELS Foundation, Al Noor Center Marketing, higher learning institutions including UNISA, the University of Johannesburg, the University of Pretoria, Northwest University, and the University of the Witwatersrand. We also recognize and value partnerships and support from psychiatric and neurodevelopmental pediatricians from public hospitals, government departments and entities, as well as private and public sector therapists and psychologists. While much work has been done, more still needs to be done to ensure that we create a society in which autistic and other neurodiverse individuals can thrive. As a Gauteng provincial government, we are deeply invested in this ideal and remains committed to working with all stakeholders to actualize a just and inclusive society for all people of our province, country, and the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the MEC. Yes, I can see those hands. I want to see more, please. There you go. There you go. Thank you very much. It is clear that MEC Maile has hit the ground running, and we appreciate. MEC, it's encouraging to hear you saying you are going to increase the number of autism schools in Gauteng. Please talk to your counterparts in other provinces as well. We need more in the whole country, not only in Gauteng, isn't it? Yeah, please. As the MEC alluded, he is about to leave us because of other commitments, but we just appreciate he was able to be with us, so let us release him. Yes, our program continues. Now I'm calling upon Mrs. Rachel Tambo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rachel Tambo, and I serve as the current chair of Autism South Africa, and I am a mother of a non-speaking autistic teenager. Sorry, I'm going to put my glasses on. My age is catching up with me. It is truly an honor for me to stand here today in this Oliver Tambo building, a place filled with history and meaning. And for me, it's also deeply personal, because he was my late father-in-law, and his grandson, Samora Tambo, is autistic. Today, I'd like to share my story, and more importantly, what that journey says about society, and what the society we still need to build. Today, I want to speak to you not just as an advocate and an activist, but as a mother. Behind every policy discussion, every statistic, every program, there is a family, there is a child, there is a life being lived in real time. Our journey began when Samora was around 2.5 years old. Almost suddenly, the eye contact stopped, and the speech stopped. There was no more mama, no more dada. As a parent, you don't immediately have the words for what is happening. You just know something has changed, something is wrong. And he is our 4th child. And then slowly you are introduced into autism, in a very medical way. Specialists just give you prognoses with no real help in terms of the road that you're going to have to navigate. From there begins a long journey. A journey of trying different schools, a journey of listening to promises, some hopeful, some useless. What there is a need for understanding, support, and social services. I have stood in public spaces and felt the weight of people's judgment, being looked at with scowls and irritation, as if I am the worst mother in the world because of how my son behaves in public. I remember traveling back from Cape Town with all my children around 10 years ago, so Samora must have been about 7, 8, on a specific low-cost airline, which I won't mention because they are not in business anymore, so you can sort of guess. Those 2 hours felt like a lifetime. Samora had a complete meltdown for basically an hour and 48 minutes. And it didn't help that every time he calmed down, the trolley would arrive with all the sweets and the chocolates and the fizzy drinks, and it would all start again. I could physically feel the sting on the back of my neck, of the passengers just staring at me and gawking. As we landed, I stood up and projected from the front of the plane, because I can. I always sit at the front of the plane. It's what you call a quick escape. So I stood up and said, "Thank you for all your understanding." Now, if you don't know what autism is, I suggest you go and Google it. And I ducked. I actually had 4 passengers come up to me when we were getting our luggage. 2 apologized, and the other 2 thanked me for making them more aware. Public perceptions of normal behavior fail to grasp the autistic condition. Let me give you another example. When Samora was 12, he was playing around with his brothers, jumped over the settee, missed and landed on the table. He severed his Achilles tendon. We rushed him to hospital. They refused to allow a family member into the emergency room with him because he was in triage. I had to explain. He cannot verbalize. He cannot advocate for himself. He must be terrified. He needs someone familiar with him. 2 minutes later, the doctor emerged and asked me to come in because Samora was physically resisting the nursing staff. It took 4 of them to hold him down to start medication. Now the doctor understood. But why wasn't I in that position to educate medical staff about autism? Once I entered, I held his hand and he calmed down. I'm sometimes asked, what is the hardest part of raising an autistic kid? And it's frustration. Not mine, his. Because we live in a world that assumes communication must be verbal, although many verbal people speak a lot of rubbish. But for many autistic individuals, communication is different. When Samora cannot express himself, the frustration builds, the emotions escalate, and sometimes there's self-harm. As a parent, you feel helpless, but over time, we have learned to understand him better. And I've realized something important. It's not about him becoming more like us. It's about us learning to understand him. And I also remind people, Samora understands everything. Mind your manners. Words can be very hurtful. Education was and still is a major challenge. We were told there were no suitable schools. We were told to homeschool him. But education is not just about academics. It's about socialization. Eventually we found a government school where he could be with peers his own age, and that made a profound difference. Recently, Samora began using a spelling-based communication method where he communicates by spelling out his responses to questions through the alphabet on boards. Around 2 years ago, as school was closing for the holidays, his teacher asked him where he would like to go for the holidays. He responded, spelling it all out, "I would really like to go to Venice in the States." So she says, "Well, why would you like to go there?" He says, "Because I really would like to see the Eagles, because I like that song, Hotel California." We were gobsmacked. His dad loves music, and that's obviously his generation. So he had picked it up through his dad's playlist or seen it on YouTube. And that was the first time that we could really truly access his thoughts. His favorite subjects now are history and trigonometry, and he is now studying grade 10 mainstream as the syllabus and has the ability to listen to content and accurately answer questions about it. But I want to ask, I know that UNISA is doing a lot, but where are the facilities to accommodate university study? Most lecture halls at first year level have over 100 students per class. We need to build these now to create an inclusive society of all students, both neurodivergent and those with other disabilities. There is a very harmful assumption in society that if you can't speak, you are not intelligent. And that is simply not true. As Samora has grown into a young man, new challenges have emerged. Puberty, sexuality, boundaries. These are topics most families avoid with even so-called normal teenagers. And we cannot shove the responsibility onto schools or religion to explain. If we as parents don't explain, then we are failing them. Autistic young people might not naturally understand consent, privacy, or social boundaries. We have to teach these things explicitly. Because if we don't, we are setting them up, not just for misunderstanding, but for danger and criminal allegations. Samora is a big young man. He understands affection, he observes it. But what happens if he expresses that affection in a way society does not expect? In that moment, he is no longer seen as a young man with autism. He is seen as a threat. This next story that I'm going to relate is a real event that took place in the States. You can also Google it some years back. A young autistic man walked into a shop that he went to on a very regular basis, but normally with supervision. He went in, took the chocolates that he normally took, and walked out. But he was never taught that he had to pay for the sweets because someone else always did it for him. To him, taking the chocolates out the shop were normal. But to the world, it's theft. He didn't respond when the shopkeeper shouted at him to stop. The police were called and the situation escalated, whereby he was eventually tasered to the ground. And later when the police were asked if they knew what autism was, they actually responded, "What is autism?" Now, that's the issue we're dealing with. It's not just a lack of awareness, but a lack of understanding. And that's where real harm can occur. Another major issue is what happens after the age of 18. Up until then, there are systems in place, and after that, very little. Families are left to navigate adulthood alone. Employment, education, daily living. And yet, these young people have so much to offer. Every parent of an autistic child carries the same question. What happens when I am no longer here? I will not always be there to explain, to protect, to advocate. What will society do when it meets my child and does not understand him? We've got to move beyond awareness. What we need is training. Training for police, our healthcare workers, public-facing officials, education systems that include life skills and communication support, structured support for autistic adults, greater public understanding and acceptance. We must build a society that is prepared, not surprised by difference. So I leave you with this. Samora does not fully understand society's rules, but society does not understand Samora. The question is whether our children will find a place in the world. Sorry, the question is not whether our children will find a place in the world. Rather, the question is, will the world make space for them? I thank you.
Mrs. Tambo, thank you. You know, I always say, in seminars like this, we can all speak, we can all talk, we can all express ourselves. But once the parents start speaking, you've got to listen. You know, sometimes we as academics are accused of being AI fundis. But with the parents, it's practical. They know, they understand, they feel what they are talking about. So there is no learning that can be more than the learning you will get from a parent of a child with disability. So these parents, all of them, not only Mrs. Tambo, deserve a special praise. I just want to see those hands for these parents, please. Thank you very much. You are the heroes. You are the first line of defense for these little ones with disability. And we are all proud when we see them achieve. Teachers will be proud. Everybody else will be proud. But at the background, there is a parent who works harder than anyone else to make it a point that this child succeeds in life. When Mrs. Tambo talks about the experiences, this is just a few experiences, but you say to yourself, wow, where does this parent get the time to live her life? Because there's this other life that depends on her. One day, in this seminar, because we're having these seminars every year, I hope one day we will see a father coming here and talking about their own experiences of their children with disability. Come on, fathers, let's do something. Let us be there. Let us avail ourselves. Thank you very much. This is a challenge to all the fathers. So we are bound to take a break. let us take a 5 minutes break. 5 minutes, let us make 5 minutes 5 minutes. Thank you very much. and about to go. May we all have our Yes, ladies and gentlemen, may we all take our seats. Our program is still long, but fortunately, we are not that much behind. If we may all get ready for our second session. Next in my lineup, I've got Deputy President's spouse, Mrs. Humile Mashatile. The stage is yours. I feel like I'm standing next to the Vice President himself.
Thank you so much, program directors and our two sign language program directors. Let me also acknowledge our Honorable MEC of Education, Sports and Recreation, Lebogang Maile, who was who was here with us but had to leave. His message, I think, was very heartwarming to see that our leaders actually do hear us. They understand our cries. I think we knock on their doors and want their interventions. It is quite refreshing to hear a leader in Gauteng who was able to really articulate quite clearly what us as parents and advocates of autism really want from our government. Also want to acknowledge Mrs. Matabo Nakeni Mqindi, Acting Vice Chancellor, as well as I see there is Prof from the University of UJ. He was sitting somewhere. Also want to acknowledge you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a privilege to stand here before you today on Autism Awareness and Acceptance Month. And this seminar is a testament of what becomes possible when institutions, government, families, and communities decide to act with both knowledge and compassion. I want to begin by commending UNICEF's Department of Inclusive Education by convening this gathering. The title of the seminar matters. It is not merely about awareness. It is about acceptance. And I believe that distinction carries enormous weight. Awareness tells us that autism exists. Acceptance asks us to build a world in which every person on the spectrum is seen, valued, and given the space to flourish. I speak today not only as a spouse of the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, but as a mother I am a mother of a child who's on the autistic spectrum. And everything I do in this space, every conversation I have, every platform I step onto, I do first as a mother. When you walk a road as a parent, you understand very quickly that a diagnosis is not an ending, it is a beginning. It is the beginning of learning a new language, of finding a new footing in a world that is not always designed for your child in mind. And for families who receive that diagnosis without the access to support, without a community of understanding around them, that beginning can feel impossibly isolating. My journey gave me access to professionals, to networks, to resources. I'm deeply aware that most families in our country do not have what I had. That awareness is not a source of guilt for me. It is a source of obligation. I stand here because I can, and I use this platform for those who are navigating the same road with fewer tools at their disposal. We often speak of Ubuntu as a philosophy. I want to suggest to you today that when it comes to autism, Ubuntu is not simply a value. It is a survival mechanism. Children on the spectrum and the families need a village, but the village must be informed. An uninformed village, however, well-meaning, can cause harm through exclusion, through misunderstanding, through systems that were never built with neurodiversity in mind. That is why gatherings like this matter to me, because when educators, government representatives, parents, clinicians, and advocates sit in the same room, we begin to build the village together. We begin to align our understanding. We begin to ask the harder questions, not just what autism is, but what are we doing as a society, and are we prepared to do about it? I want to share with you something that filled me with enormous hope. Earlier this month, in partnership with the University of Johannesburg Neurodiversity Centre in Soweto, we hosted what I believe to be the first career fair of its kind in South Africa. A career fair designed specifically with young people of autism in mind. 22 schools participated. Mahindra South Africa came forward as a headline sponsor, and I want to publicly acknowledge their commitment, because it takes courage for a corporate partner to back something that mainstream world does not fully understand. The fair was not just about charity. It was about possibility. It was about understanding in front of a young person on the spectrum and saying, there is a place for you in the world of work. Your contribution is not only welcome, it is needed. We know that employment remains one of the most significant gaps for adults on the autism spectrum globally. Many possess extraordinary analytical ability, attention to detail, pattern recognition, and technical skills. And yet, because the traditional hiring process was not designed with them in mind, those abilities are too often overlooked. The career fair was our response to that gap. It was our way of beginning a different conversation, one that starts early in schools, before young people have been told what they can and cannot do. This is a kind of initiative that our foundation will continue to invest in, because we believe that the pathway from school to independence must be walked alongside every young person, regardless of where they fall on the spectrum. We will not simply be aware of the gap, we will work to close it. We want to challenge every institution represented in this room today. The work cannot rest on the shoulders of foundations and non-profits alone. Governments, universities, and schools must examine their own systems, their own policies, and their own classrooms, and ask honestly, are we doing enough? Are our teachers equipped? Not just training in theory, but genuinely supported to teach and nurture neurodiverse learners. Are school environments sensory accessible? Do our curricula make space for different ways of thinking and knowing? And beyond schools, are our universities and workplaces and our public spaces genuinely inclusive? Or are we simply performing inclusion while the structures remain unchanged? These are the questions that uncomfortable conversations are made of. But they are the questions that progress depends on. I'm grateful that UNICEF, through this department and through events like this seminar, is making them public. This takes institutional courage, and it sets a good example. I note with excitement that this seminar brings voices from beyond our borders, Professor Simone Biran-Cohen joining us virtually, and the contribution of Tony Atwood, whose work has shaped so much of our understanding of autism across the world. That we are in conversation with the global expertise, while anchoring our work firmly in the South African context is exactly the right approach. We must learn from the world while never losing sight of the specific realities of our commitments. Before I close, I want to speak directly to every parent who is in this room today, or who will read these words. You are not alone. Whatever you are carrying, whatever your child's journey looks like, there are people who understand, and there are people committed to building better systems for your family. Please do not carry your burden in silence. Please do reach out. Connect. Your voice is one of the most powerful tools we have. And to the educators, the researchers, and advocates, thank you. The work you do on a daily basis, often without recognition, often in under-resourced environments, matters more than I can say. You are the ones who make acceptance real, not just in policy, but as a lived experience for these children every single day. To the sponsors, the partners, the institutions who show up for this course, we see you, and we are grateful. Please continue to stand with us. In closing, let me say this. Autism does not define the ceiling of what a person can achieve. What defines the ceiling is the world we choose to build around them. This seminar is one small but significant act of building. I look forward to the conversations that will unfold today, and I trust that we will carry out in this room, and will find ways in terms of how to have creative ways in classrooms, and also create policy rooms into homes and into the hearts of everyone whose life is touched by autism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mashatile. As the expression goes, In front of every successful man, there's a successful woman. So she is living testimony of that. Thank you for the wise words that you have given us today. I think we are learning from each and every speaker, each and every presenter that has come to this podium today. Now, I'm calling upon, but before I do that, let me first acknowledge the presence of some very important partners of us here. We have got from the Limpopo Office of the Premier, Office of the Status of Disability, we have got Mr. Mulibana and his colleagues. Colleagues, where are you? Oh, there they are. Thank you very much. We appreciate you and your presence here. It means a lot to us. Secondly, I want to acknowledge ACSWID. ACSWID is working with us, is in UNISA. They are solely responsible for the support of our students with disability. Where are the reps from ACSWID? Oh, there they are. We see you. Last but not least, you know what I said here, I touched a very sensitive nerve from my colleague, Prof. Sefoto. He is from the University of Johannesburg, and we acknowledge you, Prof. Where are you? You know, he says to me, never talk the way you did about the fathers anymore, because we at UJ have got this fathers of children with neurodiversity group, and we are very active. And I'm saying, thank you very much. At least I said something, and he was listening. Thank you. Thank you for that. Is an example. Maybe even here at UNISA, we will have fathers that will respond to that, and we will see an organization like that coming up from our university, UNISA. Now let me introduce another important guest from the national government. This is Ms. Puti Mabelebele from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Over to you. Yes. I'm sorry that she had to come now. She was supposed to be here earlier, but there was miscommunication. It's not that she is late. There was miscommunication, she says, and I believe her, about the time that she was given. So please join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, and thank you for conveying that apology for us, indeed, and correcting the mishap that happened this morning. I'm happy to be here. I was actually pulled out of a portfolio committee meeting to come and represent the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities due to the fact that they have an overrunning cabinet engagement from yesterday, and that had to change the diary of the minister. But as per introduction, my name is Puti Mabelebele. I'm the Chief Director responsible for advocacy and mainstreaming for the rights of persons with disabilities in the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I'm happy because as I'm standing here, I'm beginning to see faces that I'm familiar with in our sector, and I'm happy that they are also represented and they are here. Program Director and the MEC for Education in Absentia, standing on the protocol established, recognizing also Mehumile Mashatile, the Acting Vice Chancellor, parents of children with autism, and represented by Ms. Rachel Tambo and other parents that are here. But most importantly, I also want to recognize the Organization of Fathers of Children with Neurodivergent Disabilities for their presence here. And just to indeed, I'm specifically singling them out because of the importance that the role that fathers play in ensuring that our children receive the recognition that they deserve, and especially at this season, at this time in South Africa where we are facing multiple challenges, whom amongst them are factors of absent fathers or fathers that are not involved in the upbringing of their children. Organizations often for persons with disabilities that are represented here, but also organizations of persons with autism who are for and with autistic children, and also researchers, academia, representatives of government departments, national and provincial. I'm happy to hear our provincial rep from Limpopo is here. When I came in, I was told that Gauteng Office of the Premier is also here, but just to give them that recognition also, and all protocol observed. I'm going to deliver a speech. You know, the challenge of being sent when you are a technocrat to deliver a speech by our political principal is that you start to begin to want to now come to the operational issues and really talk practicalities over and above what my principal was going to highlight at a very high level. The 2026 theme for World Autism Awareness Month is Autism and Humanity. Every life has a value. Every life has a value. It doesn't say every life of a child with autism or autistic child. It says every life has a value. If as a society, as citizenry, we move from the premise of clearly being resolute and intentional in recognizing humanity and for people for being deserving of rights and respect and dignity just as human beings, we would not even be able to identify any other person as a person with a disability or a person who's autistic, because in our efforts we'll ensure that all of our society, all of our children, humanly, in their humanity, access and have opportunities in an equal and equitable way. The theme emphasizing affirming the dignity, the neurodiversity and worth of all autistic children, individuals, while advocating for inclusive healthcare, education, and employment, because these are the basics of which are the foundation of our living as we live as a people. Government recognizes the autism and neurodiverse fundamental rights of all South Africans as enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, and also reaffirming the country's commitment to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the UNCRPD. This mandate and mandated us as a signatory who signed without reservation. In other words, we agreed with everything that is contained in that convention, that we should seek to establish a national framework for inclusion, recognition, and support of neurodiverse individuals in all sectors of our society, not some. As we gather during this Autism Awareness and Acceptance Month, we recognize not only the growing visibility of autism spectrum disorder, but also the urgent need to move beyond awareness towards meaningful inclusion, equity, and unity. Autism is not a single story. As we are all aware that disability is not homogeneous, but is diverse. And within the autism sector also there's diversity. just as within the neurodiversity, the intellectual disabilities and neurological sector, there's diversity. It is a spectrum of diverse experiences, strengths and challenges. Some individuals require high levels of daily support, while others live independently and contribute across all sectors of society. What unites us is not limitation, but the need for understanding, respect, and opportunity. In South Africa, our work is guided by the progressive frameworks such as the White Paper on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which is the domestication of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which calls for full participation, dignity, and equality for persons with disabilities in all respects. As I indicated, that disability is not homogeneous, but it's diverse. But yet, despite the commitments that we have made and that we have also agreed to, many individuals with autism still face one, barriers to early diagnosis and intervention, limited access to inclusive education, stigma and misunderstanding, fragmented services across sectors. So already you can tell that we have lost it just somewhere there. But it doesn't mean there aren't solutions. Solutions are made by people who have intent and intentionally willing to do it. And this is why today it's not only about recognition, but it's about alignment and collaboration. We must ask ourselves, are we working together? Or are we working in silos or individually in our efforts, and not misplaced, in our efforts to be able to restore the rights and dignities of persons with autism? Autism organizations across our country are doing remarkable work. Sorry about that. Are doing remarkable work, but when efforts are fragmented, families experience confusion, duplication of services, and gaps in care. Unity is not a luxury, it's a necessity. And it's not just unity in relation to the organizations often for persons with disabilities or persons with autism, but it's also about unity within our own government programs. It cannot be made a luxury. It's a necessity, because the maximum resources that we deploy individually in a fragmented manner, if they were put together and channeled properly to feed the value chain, surely some impact we would feel. Let us then commit to building a cohesive, coordinated autism sector that speaks with one voice while respecting diverse approaches. A unified sector has stronger influence in engaging government, securing funding, and driving policy implementation. And this one is a call from our office to say to the sector, you know very well that we can't do this work without you. You're the experts. You carry the lived experiences of children with autism and of persons with autism. This work cannot be done by government alone, but we need to be united. What we have found and observed in our space is that there's so many foundations that are being formed individually by parents, individually by organizations and communities, but there is no point of unity that unifies the sector. And for us, we are saying that if you need us to come into that space and really collaborate with you in efforts to unify the sector, unity does not mean taking away the independence and the sovereignty of particular organizations. It just means that there are certain things that are of commonality, that when we approach particular institutions, we need to approach them in one voice. I'll give an example. We are championing the work with the South African Law Reform Commission on ensuring that as a country, we move towards having a disability rights bill. That particular work is at an advanced stage. But we have found that in the efforts to consult, just at a consultation level, in our efforts to consult, you find that we have to consult multiple organizations, and the submissions that come, even though they are speaking to one common issue, but they're a bit fragmented, such that they do not really give a coherent, integrated voice of the autism sector. We need to be intentional about that. There are many platforms that we are losing out on opportunities to influence and to lead on because of the fragmentation. Government departments do not have an option. It's a must be done. We just have to hold each other accountable to doing that. And I'm appealing to the sector to say, let's find a way. Let's find a way of unifying ourselves. All our efforts are valid and the intention is right. But in the fragmented manner in which we operate, we're going to lose out on more opportunities that are there. As I indicated, that the importance of strengthening collaboration and ensuring that we are united will ensure that exchange of knowledge, of data and best practices is done in a coordinated manner and also reaches to the far ends of those communities that today are not represented in this room and we are trying to reach. Currently in Gauteng, actually, Gauteng has become the hub of inclusive education for autistic children. Everyone from all corners of South Africa ran to Gauteng for some form of education for children with autism. We have provinces, but because we're operating in a fragmented manner, we're not able to even share best practices to duplicate what is working here in Gauteng, what is working in the Western Cape, to work also in the Northern Cape and in the deep rural provinces of KwaZulu-Natal and Limpopo. And we know what comes with the migration. We are seeing the reverse of what used to be labor migration. It's now migration for economic opportunities and also education. And when children are migrated far away from their parents, you can imagine what happens to the moral fiber of our society. Hence, the importance of having organizations of fathers of neurodivergent disabilities. We must then strengthen this collaboration and be unified so that we can come up with a unified network that allows us to amplify impact and avoid duplication. We must also be able, through this unity, to center the voices of autistic individuals so that nothing about them without them becomes a reality. It should become a lived reality indeed. While diversity in services is important, there must be agreed minimum standards to ensure that all individuals receive ethical, evidence-based support. Caregivers are the backbone of this system. They need training, psychosocial support, and accessible information. True inclusion means schools that accommodate, workplaces that adapt, and communities that embrace neurodiversity. As a department, we are working tirelessly with organizations often for persons with disabilities through what we call a National Disability Rights Coordination Mechanism, which is widely known as a disability rights machinery, where representative voices of organizations of persons with disabilities culminate with government and come up with plans, but also monitor and hold those that need to be accountable on processes and systems and programs that are there. We have just recently finished the National Action Plan on intellectual disabilities and epilepsy, working with the Epilepsy South Africa, the World Health Organization, and the Department of Health to develop this action plan, which represents the voices of civil society but also government in it. Because that plan, for it to be implemented, it requires both. The sign-up, as it's called, is now in process to be approved by Cabinet. The milestone will lead to an integrated multi-sectoral service-oriented approach to impactful services and programs for persons with neurological, intellectual, and neurodivergent disabilities. The plan focuses on improving the care, protection, and inclusion of all these disabilities and epilepsy. All these efforts, just naming one, can only be successful if as a country that we have a proper, available, integrated, disaggregated data for effective evidence-based programs towards meaningful, impactful services. And it is against this background that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities is leading the charge towards the establishment of what we call a Disability Nerve Center of Excellence. This initiative is envisioned to lead in the evidence-based decision-making that will consolidate fragmented data into single reliable source to support service coordination, digital transformation, and governance. This is not just a data system, but a connection of data to decisions to services. Allow me to share with you something that is happening right now. As a government, we are moving towards the digitalization of the ID. As government. And to many, when we talk about inclusion or inclusivity of an ID, people think of it as just having accessible communication, markers, and so forth on the ID, on the card itself. But we know that for the disability sector, it goes beyond that. That card should be able to connect a person with a disability to a service. We were in a meeting with the Department of Home Affairs where we outlined to them the importance of having a digital ID, and we gave them options on how we can go about that, protecting also information of persons with disabilities. You know, when an accident occurs, just being practical, when a person is involved in an accident, the first thing EMS runs to is your ID. And the hope is that your ID, through your number, it will give them access to who you are, what are your issues, what is it that they should do or they shouldn't do. Imagine a person with a disability, any disability, at such a point of need. And it's currently happening now. So by the time medical response to the need of that individual and the person is transported to a hospital, there's no knowledge, no information of other matters related to this person that are important for access to health care of that individual. So we had to break it down to that level to show the importance of data and how we can consolidate and ensure that we have accessible data, especially data related to persons with disabilities. That data should be able to connect you to a school. That data should be able to connect you to healthcare. That data should be able to connect you to a care on its own as an independent living individual with a particular disability. So those are some of the initiatives that we're championing. In South Africa currently, we have a serious gap, and that we have identified, and we're doing something about it, which is the gap of statistics and data of persons with disabilities. We are championing the employment initiatives of persons with disabilities. The question that we're normally confronted with is, where do we find them? It shouldn't be a question. Where do we find them? We do not have them. Even if they apply, there isn't correlated data that speaks to persons with disabilities, but also in their diversity and the skills that they possess to acquire or to access employment or even economic opportunities. So that's something that we are correcting. As much as we are holding everyone accountable to set targets towards employment of persons with disabilities, because as a government, we had to come to that decision to say it's not an option. Persons with disabilities have got to be employed in their diversity across all levels, because they do qualify, they have skills, and they can equally participate in the workplaces as well as in the mainstream economy in our country. The World Bank published a study for globally, and it was a study that shocked many G20 countries when we recently had G20, that in actual fact, Most countries' GDP, the gross domestic product, is high because of dependencies that are created by fragmentation of systems of services and programs. Because most of the GDP is accounted for instance, grants, programs that are to alleviate poverty and so forth. And why? Not everybody needs a grant. But because we have created barriers and gaps to access to economic opportunities, and one of those critical and relevant to this forum is where we do not allow persons with disabilities access to economic opportunities for them to participate in the mainstream economy as entrepreneurs, as employers, as well as employees. And that increases the gross domestic product of all countries in the world, including our own. There was recently a budget speech that was delivered. If you look at the budget speech and you look at the amount of money that goes into grants, we're saying that that can be drastically reduced if we pay attention to economic emancipation of persons with disabilities especially. Multi-sectoral collaboration can't go unnoticed. Mayor Humile did speak to the importance of us, all of us collaborating. We need research. We need yourselves as experts who understands autism as a disability, who understands the limitations, so that we're able to map skills that are required in particular fields, so that our children can have access to those particular opportunities. But over and above that, we need you as organizations to continue with the advocacy voice that continues to identify the areas that need to be strengthened for maximal participation, but also as government, because government depends largely on what is available and guiding us to come with intentional programs that are impactful. We have a collaboration with Special Olympics South Africa. We're proud of that collaboration. We're 4 years going into that. I'm going to conclude very soon. We're 4 years going into that. And we in that collaboration, Special Olympics South Africa is a non-profit organization which is about sports for development for children with neuro-intellectual and in their diversity, giving them an opportunity to participate in sports, let alone the importance of sports for development of a person. And we would want to see the Department of Basic Education also participating in that platform, so that it exposes our kids. It exposes the sports talents of our children with autism in that space. The call is open. Special Olympics is open. We're collaborating with them. We have called a national dialogue with the departments of education in all provinces to ensure that they begin to identify those sporting codes and activities that we can support and maximize, and working with the confederations and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, so that equally so, sports is not exclusive, but it's also inclusive. We shouldn't be surprised when we see people participating in Paralympics as if they mushroomed from somewhere. Their development started somewhere. And initiatives like the ones driven by the Special Olympics South Africa are very critical on that note to develop our children. We will continue as a government to take steps to implement the legislative and policy reform, education and awareness, the initiative towards employment and economic participation, initiatives to ensure that we have inclusive healthcare and social support, and also issues of law enforcement and justice, where we'll continue to advance advanced levels of training, even within the South African Police Services. The South African Police Services has a manual that trains their South African police on how to actually interface with persons with disabilities across. Look at their manuals. They still need enhancement, especially in the light of what Ms. Rachel Tambo even mentioned with regard to issues of enforcement. They're not unique to our country. We experience them every day, and we would want to have a trained SAPS workforce that knows how to interface with persons with autistic persons. research and data collection. I don't want to go deeper into that. But in conclusion, I just want to say that it is important to ensure that as a government we put in place enabling mechanisms to assist and empower persons with autism and neurodiverse groups in all aspects of life and ensure that they receive services support that they need. The Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities will continue in all our efforts to mainstream measures that needs to be in place to assist all departments, because that's our job, to adopt an inclusive human rights and developmental approach in the best interest of people with disabilities, including persons with autism and neurodiverse groups. We'll ensure that we intensify accountability and implementation through our mandate to coordinate and drive policy implementation on the disability agenda. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much from the national government, Ms. Puti Mabilibili, from the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability. The emphasis here is unity amongst all those stakeholders who are dealing with people with disabilities. She is lamenting the fact that there's too much fragmentation. And earlier on, we had Mrs. Tambo talking about the challenge of a parent with a child with autism when they grow, to say, from me as a parent, where does this child go? Where does this child go to get education? So I'm thinking, Ms. Putin, I'm thinking, it doesn't matter how many schools we build for learners with autism, but we need teachers who are trained in those schools. If I hear that there's a lot of people from other provinces flocking to Gauteng for their children with disabilities, I'm saying to myself, because you are coming from the national government, you are not only looking at what is happening at Gauteng, but you are looking at what is happening in South Africa. Who is to stop that movement? Because I feel the parents are not taking their children away from the provinces to Gauteng because of schools, but it's because of the skills in those schools, what the children are going to get there. So I'm not a speaker here, okay. I may be carried away, but okay. Let me stop there. Thank you very much. Now, something different. The real deal. The children themselves. From Unica School of Children with Autism, they are going to give us 2 musical items. Over to you, children. There they come. As I said to you, this is the real deal. These are the people who have brought us together here today. They are just a small fraction of the total population of learners with autism in South Africa. But they are, yes. But we are very much proud to have you here. Okay, they are greeting us. All right, let's give them a chance.
Hello? Oh, okay. Good morning. Some of you may know me as Rodney, but if those you don't know, we are from Unica School. My bad. We're gonna have 3 performances. I hope you enjoy it. So, thank you.
I'm not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I want to be ashamed for all my scars. Run away, they say, no one love you as you are. But I won't let them break me down for dust. I know right there is place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words wanna calm me down, gonna send the flood wanna dry my mouth. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching the world to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apology. This is me. Oh, everybody. Whoa. 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 Oh, oh, this is me. Whoa. 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 Oh, oh, this is me. All right, say it again. Whoa. 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 Oh, oh, this is me. One more time. Whoa. 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 Oh, oh, this is me. Yeah. There goes some time when they hear his curtain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying. Oh, when it's time to lock their hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can go on, pretend a day by day there's someone, somewhere we soon make a good change. We are the power of God, great big family and truth. You know we love is all we need. Everybody singing, come on. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a better day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we making. We saving our lives. It's true to make a better day. Just you and me. Well, set them your hearts, so they know when someone cares, and their life will be stronger and free. As God shows us, pie turn this stone to bread, and so we all must lay for a beat. And come on, everybody, sing it, come on. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a better day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we making. We saving our lives. It's true to make a better day. Just you and me. Okay. When you dumb it out and see them hold it all. But if you just believe, there's nowhere we can fall. Well, let us realize all that is change used to come when we stand together as one. Everybody sing. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a better day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we making. We saving our lives. It's true to make a better day. Just you and me. Hey, we are the world. We are the children. We are the world. So let's start giving. There's a choice we making. We saving our lives. It's true to make a better day. Just you and me. Come on, it's true. Come on. It's true to make a better day. Just you and me. One more time. It's true to make a better day. Just you and me. Yeah. 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 1, 2.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, children of the world.
Okay. We are unique. We are unique. We are unique. You're a soldier, choosing your battles. Pick it up out the dust, up out the back, it is sadder. You're the frog line, everybody's watching. You know it's easy, we're getting closer, this isn't over. The pressure is all you feel it, but you gotta believe it. When you fall, get up, when you get up, Zamina gina saiga. It's this is up, let's go. Zamina nina, waka, Zamina nina saiga. It's time for a run, let's go. Listen to the order. This is Amaras. Your time to shine on the light. It hasn't over. People are raising your excitation. How do I feel like this is your mother, not the temptation? Today's your day, I feel it. But you paid away, believe it. Sutangera, oh, get it down, Samina Nina Saba. It's time for Africa. Samina Nina, waka waka, Samina Nina Sagaiwa. Alawa, Samina Nina, waka waka, Samina Nina Sagaiwa. It's time for Africa. All the minutes of the mana, to see. That is the meeting with them that is to way. Kusi waka waka wa waka waka wa Samizi waka siguya. It's time for Africa. Aloha It's time for Africa. It's time for Africa. Saliman in Asakaiwa. It's time for Africa. Alawa Saminanina. Saminanina. Alawa Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope we all enjoyed that one. Right? But there are people who are asking me, but you said we mustn't clap hands. You said we mustn't make noise. I'm saying this is different. This was not noise. It's music, organized noise. So there's a difference there. Thank you very much. We are moving on with our program. Before we move on with our program, let me thank the teachers. I thank the parents earlier on, but this was the work of the teachers, and we must acknowledge that. Thank you very much, teachers. You know, it can look easy, but if I give it to you for a few minutes, you will say no. Thank you. Now, I'm calling upon Dr. Hester Costa from the Gauteng Department of Education.
Good morning, colleagues, family members of mine, not all by blood, but by work and by passion. We are all family members. So good morning to all of you. Thank you, Dr. Maluleke, for your school, principal of Unica School. Thank you for brightening our day and bringing the vibe back. We were now ready to listen again. Colleagues, the topic of my very, very short presentation this morning is realizing inclusive education in the Gauteng province. You have heard a lot of context this morning and a lot of understanding of autism. My aim is not to do anything about that. My aim is to share with you where we are in Gauteng so that you can understand what we need you for. Because we're now at a point where we need you to step in and help us just over the next bump again. So that would be the aim of my presentation. But I have to background it against something. And I'm going to explain to you why I'm doing that, because at the end you will understand why I'm going to ask you for help. As an education department, we're very aware of the Constitution, all the legislation, but our source documents for operation is the White Paper 6 on Education for All and the Policy on Screening, Identification, Assessment and Support. And basically, if I have to summarize it in one sentence, it says that as the level of support increases, the understanding is there are less learners in the high levels of support, more in the middle level, and then many learners who have minor support needs in schools. And for that, the white paper also then created the opportunities of different settings, like for children with moderate or mild levels of support needs will be in mainstream, and then full service schools, and then special schools. That is why we have to talk about special schools, but please, it's not about special schools only. So I think that summarizes my first slide for you. And then just GDE in a nutshell, so that you can understand who we are. We have about 2,200 schools in Gauteng. And it's important to listen to that when you listen to the number of special schools to get your understanding of the ratio. With about 2.8 million learners in the province, we have just under 10,000 learners with support needs in mainstream. And we have 51 mainstream schools that operate as designated full service schools, with another 60 that we are preparing to take over that role. We have 236 learner support educators that work in those schools, what we used to know as remedial teachers or support teachers. They are doing that job. And now listen to the 2,200 schools, and then hear that we only have 131 special schools. And they offer a combination of support programs and a combination of curriculums. Of those 231 special schools, we have 29 special schools that are operating as resource centers. And I will speak about that a little bit later. So in the special schools, we have about 43,000 learners with 4,600 odd educators, with just under 700 specialist staff. And then we are currently introducing a conditional grant to introduce and formalize the education for children who were previously regarded as uneducable, learners with profound intellectual disabilities. We are having that project. And now listen to the reality. We have 44 psychologists in the province. 44. We have 60 posts, some are vacant. We cannot fill them now due to financial limitations. And we have 135 inclusion officials in the province. That gives you some context of what is going on. And that will inform you when I say what we need your help for. So we drive 5 priorities for us, or 5 pillars that we premise our operations on. And the first one is implementation of the SIAS policy that says identify soon, support where relevant, and only refer to a special schools once there is no other option. Then we must make sure that those special schools are functional, because there are so few of them, and they must have maximum output. We must use resource centers to reach parents, to reach teachers in other schools, to reach our ordinary schools, and to reach the learners with support needs in mainstream schools. And one good example of that is the Fathers of Children with Neurodiversity. That group was established jointly by UJ and Randburg Clinic School Resource Center. And the resource center is actually nurturing their functionality, giving them airtime, and expanding their capability. That's just one of the examples. Then we must make sure, considering the limited number of professionals that we have, that they do render quality professional support. And lastly, we must make sure that all our learners, about 2,000 of them that currently find themselves out of school because of having profound intellectual disabilities, are included in the formal education sector. Only thing I'm going to say here about what makes a special school different from an ordinary school. If a special school is more about the support that makes the access to curriculum possible than the curriculum in itself. And that it has to do a lot with family care, but also healing children who have been broken mostly when coming from ordinary schools. So these are the 4 curriculums that we offer in the special schools, rendering from the learning program for profound learners, differentiated CAPS that end at the level of about grade 5-6, the technical occupation, which we are very passionate about. You can see there We have a number of schools there with about 14,000 children participating in that curriculum. You will be amazed if you can see what they do with their hands. We also give them access to accredited skills programs, unit standards from the QCTO, because in a national level, we don't have an accredited curriculum for them. That is one of the issues. And then lastly, we have 51 special schools that offer the exact same curriculum than any other school in the province. And you will know also that most of our special schools offer more than one support program, more than one curriculum, purely to give maximum access closest to home. Then just a little bit of good news. We have our learners that participate in the National Senior Certificate, and this is our statistics of the pass rate for learners offering a diploma or bachelor pass in special schools. In 2024, it was just over 93% pass, and last year it was, if you round it off, 96% pass. So that is children that did everything. The sad part is that those schools are declared underperforming because not all children offer a bachelor's, and that is an expectation from DBE. Whether they are actually underperforming, I want them to prove that. Then just some numbers in terms of categories of disability for those of you who might be interested. You will see all of them there, but if we talk neurodevelopmental, it's just over under 7,000 children. But that's not only autistic, it's also children with epilepsy and CP, which is about 1,000. There's about 5,000 children with autism in the province. Now here is where you need to come in. If you've listened during the day, everybody made meaningful impact from where they are from. On the one hand, we have the universities, the experts, the activists, parents and learners. And on the other hand, we have the Department of Basic Education, we have the South African Schools Act, we have the white paper, we have all the government legislative documents and procedures and processes. But there's no theory of change between the two of them. We are sitting in the middle or standing in the middle trying to make it work. And that is where we need you to come in. We need all the experts in the autism sector to come together, because if we don't develop a theory of change, we are going to be stuck. You see, every year at Autism Month, we reflect a lot on what we have achieved. And we realized we have done everything now that we can. But if we don't get a theory of change that will, from a national level, between your presidency, but also the Department of Basic Education, cross all the bridges and make true inclusive education possible on a legislative level and a policy level, it will not be possible for us to address the needs of parents and activists and learners. Because you see, we know that parents don't see a label, they don't see a category of disability, they just see their child. We know that. But on the other hand, we have the other part that says categorize, do this, do this, do this. We also know that people, us, people who live with people with autism in the houses, don't experience policy. They experience service delivery. So they don't care about us and our policies, but yet it binds our hands. We also know that rights holders feel the gap between policy and implementation first, because that is when things fall apart. And therefore we say to you, unless we as a collective come together and determine a unified ultimate goal, make behavioral shifts, mental shifts, take decisions on specific actions, clarify every assumption that we make. Because in everything, whether you're an activist, a theorist, a politician, whoever you work on a premise of assumptions, unless we sit for days and clarify those assumptions, we will never meet each other. We must set aside indicators of success, and we must backward map so that we know what to do, why we're doing it, when we're doing it, how we are doing, how we are checking for success. Unless we do that, we are going to get stuck at some stage. And that takes me to my last slide, and that's why I said it's really a very short presentation. You see, we came at a point where it's all about managing change. We have so many experts, so many people are willing to help, so many people who know legislation, so many people who can write bills, so many people who can read bills, so many can comment on them. But if we don't start to realize that we need to manage change, we're going to fall short. And I'm going to use Lydia Pretorius as an example. She wrote an article, and Lydia is a long-time activist in the disability sector. And she said disability inclusion is not a technical exercise. It is a human change work. And until we design for how people experience change, our impact will not last. Systems move through people, not through legislation, not through policy only, not through beliefs. It moves through people. We assume people change when they understand something. It's not true. What if what we are seeing is not resistance to the inclusion? What if what we are seeing is not resistance to inclusion, but it's purely a response to change? And if we don't manage that, sometimes we will think that people are against what we want to implement, but it's purely that change management. And then the last thing that she said that I thought it sounds real for me is the brain is designed for survival. When you think of neuroscience, when people encounter something unfamiliar, uncertain, or it challenges how they currently work, the brain doesn't ask first, is it important? It just goes into survival mode. And that is why we must present a clear roadmap from where we are, what we have. We have so many achievements, so many things that people have experienced and learned. But we also know where we want to be. True inclusion is not building more special schools. But if we are clear of what we want to achieve, if we cannot put the how, what, when, where, and how are we going to manage the change, I doubt whether in our lifetime we will make it work. And that is when my plea comes to you as a collective today, to say, let us move out of our comfort zones of whoever you represent, and let us start to also challenge the people that need to be challenged, to say, okay, so give us a theory of change, please. Thank you very much. That was me.
Thank you, Esther. Thank you very much from the Gauteng Department of Education. Colleagues, there have been some changes in the program. Some are forced, some we trying to nest certain situations. So right now we are supposed to have an input from Tony Atwood from Australia, but unfortunately, because of different time zones, he could not stand longer. It's late that side, so we are very sorry that he is not coming in right now. But I'm sure Kate Waddle is there. Kate, where are you? Online as well. Okay. Mr. Matubanya, are we getting him? We're getting her? Okay, no, it's fine. Are we ready with him, Simon? He says he's ready. Okay. So Simon is also online, colleagues, so if we can be patient a little bit. I'm ready with him, Simon.
If Simon's online, Simon can go first. I'll go back a bit.
So is it Simon? Is it Kate? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Correct.
Simon, over to you, sir.
All right. Volume.
Hi. Well, I'm very honoured to be invited to talk to you today in this month of autism acceptance. Can you hear me okay?
Good afternoon, Prof. Baron Cohen. How are you?
We have a slight delay.
Yeah, we are also sorting
Yeah,
the
we
volume.
will sort it out now. I must say that we are deeply grateful
Very
to
good,
have
thank you.
to have you on, and I deeply appreciate it as one of the foremost experts in the field of autism. You've done a lot of work, and especially what you mean to me as well as a young and upcoming researcher, but also as someone that look up to mentors like you. We deeply humble and appreciate you being on here. Just the magnitude of this person. You know, I've attended a conference the other day where people say that they are rubbing shoulders with a lot of people, but let me tell you that I think there's no one that can rub shoulders with someone like you, you know, who contribute a lot towards autism awareness, and especially autism in research and academia. So we deeply appreciate you joining in. So what we're going to do now is that, as promised, we're going to have short Q&A questions, because look, we are in a time where there's a lot of questions that parents want to ask, and if it's okay with you, we will just take 2 or 3 questions from any one of the participants. Is there anyone that would like to ask Prof. Baron Cohen a question?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, before we start,
yes.
I hope you can hear me, but I just came back from the International Society for Autism.
INSAR, yes. Geez, there's a slight delay. Yes, Prof, we can hear you. We can hear you. And we can see you
for
as well.
autism research. INSAR, exactly. And it was in Prague, in the Czech Republic. And I'm delighted that next year, yeah,
we can hear you.
yeah, INSAR 2027 will be in Cape Town, in South Africa.
That's significant.
So I look forward to meeting autism researchers, both early career and also mid and late career.
Now, this is a significant thing, especially when you refer to Africa and the research that's we're doing on the continent, because we desperately needed it. And it's quite a major milestone to have INSAR in South Africa. It's a major thing. So, Prof. Baron Cohen, I want to start, and this is the icebreaker. I want to ask you a question. And this question is based not only from an autistic adult's perspective, but as someone who's doing research. And I've written my question down. And the question is when you look at the autism spectrum in general, how do you think the concept of empathy and the double empathy problem applies in the global south, where the cultural, economic, and systematic barriers further shape how neurodivergent individuals are understood and supported?
This is a very important question, so thank you. So the first thing to say is that empathy is not a single thing. There are at least two aspects of empathy. So
we can hear you, Prof.
The first aspect is called cognitive empathy, which is the ability to recognize what someone else is thinking or feeling. And the second aspect is called affective empathy, which is the emotional response to what someone else is thinking or feeling. Autistic people, the evidence suggests, struggle with the first part, with the recognition part, but they have intact affective empathy. That's to say they care about other people and they want to help other people, especially when they are in distress. So it's a myth that autistic people lack empathy. It's very important to say that. But Damien Milton gave a very good lecture at INSAR in Prague this year about the double empathy problem. And it's a very important contribution because in essence, he's saying it's not just autistic people have difficulties in understanding non-autistic people, but also that non-autistic people have maybe need to make more effort to try to understand autistic people. And then specifically to your question, in the global south, I think it's actually a global phenomena that autistic people are underachieving in terms of their potential. Many autistic people, they drop out of high school, they don't find a job, they experience poor mental health. All of these things are a sign of not getting good quality support. And that's true both in high-income countries or low and middle-income countries. So society needs to show more empathy to autistic people because autism is both a disability and a difference. But as a disability, autistic people have a right to support under equality legislation.
Thank you very much, Professor Cohen. Baron Cohen, we really appreciate it. Is there anyone else that would like to ask Professor Cohen, Baron Cohen, a question? Anyone? Professor Claskin Johnson? Would you? Okay, Professor Cohen, Baron Cohen, we will. We've got the mic for you. We've got the mic, so apologies.
Yeah, there's a slight technical issue with the delay. And I hear myself kind of on repeat after I finish speaking, but I hope you've been able to hear me okay.
Yeah, no, we can hear you fine, Professor Bankone. Prof Mary, do you rather want to come? Do you want to come in front? Or Yeah. So yeah, it's easier for us. Is the mic working?
Yes, thank you. So it's such a honor to interact with you, Professor Baron Cohen. My question is about, the process of developing the autism quotient test. And I work with Emil at UNISA, here at the University of South Africa, and so many people ask us, how will I know if I'm on the spectrum? And I think in the work we do, and a lot of our colleagues might suspect that they could be neurodiverse, but they don't know. And so we often are asked, how will I know if I'm, neurodiverse? Some person has told me that I behave as if I am. And we always refer them to your test. And so thank you for having given us an instrument, because in the global south, including in South Africa, it's incredibly expensive to get a diagnosis, and it's a complex process, and young children are often assessed multiple times. And I just wanted to ask you, the process of developing the 50 questions, could you share a little bit with us? Because it's something that I commonly refer people to. And thank you for giving us an accessible tool that we've been able to refer people who ask that question to. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you very much for this question. And it's my honor to interact with you and your colleagues, your community. I just want to say before I answer the question, how pleased I am to see such a strong autism community, both professionals and families and autistic people coming together for this conference in South Africa. So the Autism Spectrum Quotient, or the AQ, we developed it in 2001. So it's 25 years ago. And it was one of the first measures of autistic traits. And what we found is, first of all, we all have autistic traits. Nobody scores 0. Men in the population, on average, have slightly more than women, statistically, which may be interesting in terms of biology. Autistic people show a high score on the AQ, but it's not a diagnostic instrument. It's very important to underline that it's sometimes used as a screening test, but it's not a substitute for a diagnosis. I think what you're flagging up is that in many places, including South Africa, it's difficult to get a diagnosis. You may be shocked that it's not just the global south. Where I live in Cambridge in the UK, the waiting lists for adults seeking a diagnosis are over 5 years, which is unacceptable. And during that time, whilst people are waiting to get a diagnosis, often they do develop poor mental health because they're not getting the support. But, maybe in practical terms, how could the AQ be used? I think if you are wondering, am I autistic? Or if you're thinking about a loved one or a relative, are they autistic? It's a quick screening instrument. And what we always say to people is if you score high, in particular if you score above 32 out of 50, and you've been experiencing challenges that predate taking the test, then it's worth talking to your family doctor about an autism diagnosis. Whilst you're waiting for a full clinical assessment, many people these days simply self-identify. If they feel after reading about autism on the internet or in books, or, you know, and having taken the test, if they feel that the diagnosis is the right fit for them, there's nothing wrong, in my opinion, with self-identity, self-identification of autism. And some people may feel that's actually as far as they need to go, because it helps them understand why they're different to other people. They simply have more autistic traits, and as you said, that's a sign of neurodiversity, that our brains all work differently. But if you not only have a high score, but you're also struggling and need support, then it's okay to tell your teachers at school or at university, or it's okay to tell your employer, look at my score on the AQ. I can't get a diagnosis. I'm waiting for a formal diagnosis. But in the meantime, please make reasonable adjustments or accommodations. And they should do that. I don't think it's realistic to wait for a formal diagnosis for everybody, because autism is now 1 in 30 people in the population. The services just can't cope with the numbers, because there's been such an increase in prevalence of autism. So in the meantime, it's okay to self-identify and to talk to various different agencies, social services, health services, educational establishments, to say, and employers, to say, I need extra support.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Baron Cohen. We've got time for one more question. Anyone else in the crowd? Yes, please come up, ma'am. There's a mic for you.
I've got a bit of a psychology background, so my question is, when are we going to get IQ tests or these kinds of tests for children that are designed for the autistic or neurodivergent brain? Because to me it's unethical that we are using IQ tests and the like designed for neurotypical brains on our neurodivergent brains. My son scored 79, and he is definitely way, way above that highly intelligent, gifted child, young adult now. So, yeah, we need tests like that for our neurodivergent children.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, Prof. Cohen, Baron Cohen.
No, thank you for this question. It's really important. So on the question about children, first of all, just looping back to the previous question, there are child versions and adolescent versions of the AQ, the Autism Spectrum Quotient, and we make all of our screening instruments available for free. So you can go to our website, which is autismresearchcenter.com, and you can download the adult AQ, the adolescent AQ, the child AQ, and even one for toddlers. As a parent, if you're worried about your child, your toddler, there's one called the Q-Chat. They all measure autistic traits. But to your point, intelligence testing, or IQ, you're right that many of these tests were developed before we knew much about autism. Perhaps the most widespread IQ test is the Wechsler IQ tests for adults and children. They're standardized for a general population, and they don't take neurodivergence into account. We've known for decades that autistic people often have a spiky profile, that they may score above average on certain subtests. There's one called the block design, which is about attention to detail, and pattern recognition, where autistic people may excel, but there may be other subtests which where they score below average, either on language or on understanding the world. And these tests, the risk, I think this is what you're saying, is that they underestimate an autistic person's true intelligence. So to create new autism-friendly, or shall we say autism-fair IQ tests will be a big undertaking. I think it is urgent. We need to do this. But in the meantime, I would recommend that if your child or loved one has an assessment, ask the psychologist to focus on the areas that your child has strengths. And it may be attention, it may be memory, it may be pattern recognition, it may be music or absolute pitch. There might be all kinds of different aspects of intelligence, but don't rely on a general IQ test which may overlook the person's abilities. But thank you for that question.
Thank you very much, Professor Simon Baron-Cohen. We really appreciate it. We would have loved to have this conversation and to ask you more questions, but unfortunately, we're running back behind. But it's an honor for us to have you, for you to be giving your time to us, even if it's 10 minutes. We deeply appreciate it. And myself and as an autistic person, I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, because you shaped the way for millions of people all over the world, and we really appreciate it. So thank you for giving us your time, and we know you did this in between your classes that you give. So thank you very much, Professor Baron-Cohen. Sure. Thank you, Prof. I think Professor Simon Baron-Cohen.
Well,
oh yes.
Yeah, and I just want to say thank you to you, as an autistic person. It's wonderful to see the role that you're playing in bringing together your local community, and I hope I meet you in person when I come to Cape Town next April or May.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor for me. Thank you. Lots of respect to you. So thank you everyone for this opportunity to engage with Professor Simon Baron-Cohen, and I think all of us who's in the field of neurodiversity, in autism specifically, in our careers as academics, as researchers, as persons. Thank you, Prof. Okay. We read a lot about Simon Baron-Cohen as well, and we are acknowledging. I don't know if all of you know this, but here's a fun fact that Simon Baron-Cohen is actually he is related to Sacha Baron Cohen. And those of you who don't know Sacha Baron Cohen, he's the actor of Borat. Yeah, but anyway, just wanted to let it out there. Okay, you can do your research there. But due to time, we've got an amazing speaker. As you could see here, that's up next. Unfortunately, due to travel delays, and especially with regards to, what's currently going on in traveling, and the war that's currently going on, there's a slight disruption in routine and everything that's involved with this, and we have someone committed that's changing the lives of so many people all around the world. I'm just going to show you this. This is a linear, and this a lanyard, sorry, Ma. This is a lanyard. Now, this lanyard makes a significant difference. Those of you who don't know me, I'm an autistic adult, as I mentioned 3 or 4 times. I do a lot of international autism self-advocacy. We're supported by our carer, Ms. Kimix, and mother. What we also do is that we travel all around the world to speak at major international conferences, and traveling is exhausting because there's a lot of things that needs to happen. You need to ask for reasonable accommodations, and as we are honored to have Ms. Tambu here that shared her lived experiences as a mom, because what she explained with the anxiety and stress that goes around, it's real. You know, and I think those of us who's got a family member or autistic child, or even have a sibling, you would know basically that traveling, there's a lot that's going on. Mental health wise, and even raising awareness where you physically need to fight for your reasonable accommodation. And last year when I spoke this time at the ICANN conference in Orlando, Florida, we heard about this initiative for a very long time, and we basically tried it out last year, traveling back to South Africa. And this that I hold in my hand was a basic reasonable accommodation. It spoke a language that you don't even have to say a word. When you went to the airports with myself and my autistic wife, we were immediately accommodated. People even recognized this, they were trained on this. So this is called the Sunflower Lanyard, and what it does is basically it makes public facilities more accessible without saying a word. You just wear it, and we are quite fortunate enough to have Kate Wardle that's online, that's committed to speak to us about this, and she brought a couple of samples here, and quite frankly enough, we've got this lanyard in support of Vodacom that are basically training and bringing this to life here in South Africa. And just to let you know, all the major airports in the world are trained on this. All the major airlines around the world is trained on the Sunflower Lanyard. So, Kate, we are honored, and I want to thank you for, from the bottom of my heart, for your time. We know we shifted the program a little bit, but we really appreciate it. The floor is yours.
No problem. Okay, I think I'm ready to go. If you've cut that mic, that's great on stage, because I think that was partly giving feedback. Emil, I really want to just pause a moment in today's proceedings to say sincere thank you for everything you do in bringing this to light. This conference, this summit, for the number of years now, is really groundbreaking in South Africa. And yourself, your wife, Kim Hicks, I have sat here this morning feeling quite emotional, because when you are involved with the world of autism, you often feel alone. It is a journey, and it is a long journey as a parent. And to see so many people here, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, everyone in the audience, it really fills me with a lot of hope for where we're going in this country in terms of inclusion. I'm actually blown away. So first up, thank you for inviting me, and apologies, I'm in Cape Town. I had a massive, anxious, autistic meltdown thinking I can't come to Joburg just because of sheer costs of flights. And so thank you for being so gracious, Emil. That truly shows me true understanding. So without further ado, I'm going to just talk to you briefly and show you a brief presentation about what I do and why I do it. I've made a lot of notes this morning because I feel strongly that there's been such great stuff spoken about, and I'm going to now, by the way, this gives me serious anxiety because my desktop is such a mess. Okay, we're good, we're good. Ah, there we are. Okay, I can relax. All right, so what is Hidden Disability Sunflower? Emil has given a brief overview, which is fantastic. As he mentioned, I know there's some people from Vodacom online listening. Vodacom is the first major corporate to adopt this in South Africa, and I'm really hopeful that a few more will come on board, and I'm just going to talk to you about how it works and why it's so important. But when everyone was talking this morning, I realized that there's a few other things I wanted to say. Of course, I talk a lot. So I'm going to talk for 2 minutes about myself before getting onto it. And the reason I use my own experience is because autism looks different for everyone. And I never like to talk on behalf of the community. So I use myself as an example. And I want to just start by saying, when my children were assessed 5 years ago as autistic, I really didn't have any idea what that meant. It wasn't how I imagined in my mind. And someone said earlier about global South research, you know, most of the research is based on global North. And in my mind, it must have meant a small boy who may be white. That was the stereotype. And when they said to me, we recommend you get assessed, I honestly said, I'll own it. Don't be ridiculous. I couldn't imagine what it might look like for a woman, and why had it never been picked up. So when I thought back and I started to do advocacy in this space, I realized that it's hard to say I'm autistic, and yet here I am. I'm autistic, I'm assessed autistic, ADHD, and often it coincides up to 50%. So what I did was I started to reflect on how has this affected me. And people often say, well, isn't everyone a bit autistic, or isn't everyone a bit ADHD? And the answer is yes, definitely. However, does it impact on your life? Have you made mistakes? Have you been discriminated at work? Yes. So I started to get into the space because I'm interested in the workplace and how to better help people. And so I thought about myself, right? And this is me in high school. Straight A's, absolutely straight A's. But these are some of the labels that came with it. Bossy, I talk too much. I'm a know-it-all, I'm loud. I'm lazy at the same time. I'm highly strung, I'm messy, I'm rude. Often got told in the workplace, you're very rude, you know, you interrupt. Too sensitive. And my best, drama queen. When I read a book titled Drama Queen from a woman in England, it all clicked. So when I reframed this and I started to learn more about autism and neurodiversity, what I realized is there's a lot of demand for our skills, but we have to reframe it. And that's a message I really want to get across today, because we've spoken a lot about how to help people with autism and how to help children and what we're doing about it. And that's fantastic and needed. But what I would like to pause on is reframing this away from something that's stigma-laden, that doesn't have a benefit. And often we do talk about superpowers and the like, but we need to be mindful of taking away barriers and thinking about disability as a societal model, that we remove barriers to inclusion rather than we try to fix it through medicine, we try to feel sorry for people through charity. Instead, we need to remove the barriers. So if we reframe my skills, we start to get a different picture. And this is me now, right? Yes, I have ADHD, but I also solve problems. I'm still messy. I can't organize a desk. I can't organize my kitchen drawer. But I have a social conscience. I love doing work where I'm head of the PTA at school, or I'm doing community work in Joburg, or I'm doing this. I like a cause. I'm straightforward. I'm creative. I ask a ton of questions. That can be tough at times. I process information very quickly. I struggle to do very simple tasks like pay my bills. I find it terrifying. Doesn't matter if there's money, it's something to do with the logging in, opening a spreadsheet. No, can't do that. Resilient. A lot of us are very resilient. We've had to be. And I've got great long-term memory, and I'm autistic. So I'm not going on about this too much, and this is last year, but a lot of the future skills are neurodiverse. That's not me exaggerating. These are the skills our kids need. And a lot of them are neurodiverse skills. We need to embrace this and do away with some of the stigma. And please, I just want to caveat one thing. I'm talking about this from a position of privilege. I have got medical aid. I am a white woman. We need to also acknowledge the intersectional lens here, where people don't have access to this, the right level of education, the right support. That's why what the work I'm doing and the work all of us are doing is so important. So parents who are feeling anxious about the future, we can outthink AI in general. Start to reframe it as a fantastic skill, but the workplace needs to adapt. So, hidden disability sunflower. As you can tell, I like talking, so I'm just looking at the time to finish on time. What is it? It's a very simple tool. As Emil said, it's a lanyard. It can also be a pin, but the main identifier is a lanyard, and it's you can have a card. You can even have all your details on the back. This is particularly helpful for my son who's autistic, because in public, at least he's got my number. If he gets lost or he's concerned or he's scared, he feels safer. It's not yet widely recognized in South Africa, which is why it's so important. But what is it? It's a membership organization. People need to join as members, and I'm talking about any organization. It's not a charity, and it's not about DEI or helping like in the CSI kind of way. This is a very simple tool to promote inclusion, and it helps everyone. It doesn't just help me, it helps reduce, it helps build understanding. Imagine in a retail environment, in an airport. It reduces friction in an airport because obviously it helps employees who've been trained. So it's really supporting and celebrating diversity at the core. Our goal is simply to improve everyday experiences for people with invisible disabilities, all invisible disabilities, neurodiversity, but also physical invisible disabilities, which is the majority. 1 in 6 of us will be disabled at some point or are disabled. It could be Crohn's, it could be ME, it could be hard of hearing. There's so many hidden disabilities. So it's wearing the sunflower has given me the confidence to participate in many parts of society and places that were difficult for me to visit before. As Emil said, you don't get a special pass, but what you do is you get support and understanding. You don't get, my father asked me, I don't understand this. He said, isn't it true that you just, anyone will use it to get ahead? And I said, well, if you feel strongly you want to identify as disabled to get ahead in the queue, go for it, Dad. But that's not the majority of people who need this support. It doesn't give you that privilege. What it gives you is the ability to have some kind of support. And that's really as simple as it is. So I'm just going to move on here because I don't want to, a lot of this is online and I will share it afterwards. So here we go. Our rule of 6. Okay, this is so simple. What are we asking people to understand when they see this? Up to 80% of the organization needs to do this training. Very simple training, 10, 15 minutes, okay? What is it? Ask if you can help. Be kind. Listen closely. Have patience. Do not judge. Show respect. Simple as that. No one is asking anyone to be a foremost expert in an invisible disability. What they are doing is just saying, have some patience if I'm struggling. Don't make me ask for help. You remove the barrier. So everyone today, you can think about it. There's things in your organization where maybe it's not written in the right font, right? It might be that you don't send agendas out in your meeting. Very stressful if you're neurodiverse because you don't know what's coming. So there's lots of ways you can remove barriers. In your classroom, in the way you teach, in your workplace, in the physical design. I could go on here, clearly. But what I want to just talk about is picking up something Sir Simon said, which was around assessments and money. Very much the angle I'm coming from is if you identify as neurodiverse and you can't afford the assessment or there isn't an assessment or whatever it might be, the emphasis is not on medicine to try and cure you. I don't need to be fixed. My brain is okay. I'm just autistic. That's how it is. It's a natural genetic part of my brain. And I never understood why language was so important until I started in this space. Oh, right. So very quickly touching on, it's a globally recognized inclusion program. It is in multiple countries around the world. It is in over 300 or so airports. Look, here we go. All the airlines flying into South Africa, the international airlines are members. Their crew have all done the training, right? So if you fly on an airline wearing this lanyard, you will have people saying, do you need any support? Now, 9 times out of 10, I'm okay, right? Except when I'm not okay, then I need some help. So having someone say, are you all right, just helps while I'm doing it. So this is a little animation while I'm talking. How exciting. We've got over 300 or so airports, a lot in the States. In the UK, most of the airports, the rail, the buses, the shops. Brazil is also huge, Australia and New Zealand, and we're getting to more and more places. So I'm excited at the opportunities in South Africa. We need to work together so people first understand why. This is a little tiny bit too early, but in the last 3 years, I've really seen how much this has developed. And the moms know, like I often get calls from moms going, I've seen this, someone's told me about this, can you help me? And in fact, there's one young man, if he's listening on this call now, he tried to set it up, and we're actually meeting tomorrow to try and see how we can work together. Okay, so everyone's going to be excited to go to lunch on time, but I just thought I'd share with you, if you are traveling, there is support. If you fly into any Australian airport, you'll see the signage. So, okay, see it, take note, and give that person a bit of patience. So the last thing I'm going to do, this is a British video, so bear with me. We do translate all of the training and everything into multiple languages, but obviously we don't have South African filming yet, but give me time, I'll get there. So this I'm just going to play is a little bit from people who benefit from the sunflower in their own words.
Patience and time and caring.
To give them a bit more time to find words.
See it, take note of it, and just give that person a bit of patience and time and a bit of, understanding.
To be understanding that I'm not right in some way.
So I really hope we can get more companies, organizations on board with this. I'm working hard at cracking the airports. It's difficult. It's a lot of different people involved. The airlines are supportive. The local airlines even are supportive. Of course, it's only as useful as if you can get the signage into the airports. So I will persist. I will crack it. I will crack AXA eventually, and that's where I'm at. So that's the end of my presentation. Just a thanks again to Dr. Emil for the work you do. You represent us abroad. You represent us in the UN, and we're very fortunate to have you in South Africa.
Thank you so much, Kate. Much appreciated, and we appreciate everything that you do as well to making a difference. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kate. I think this innovation is quite different because most of the interventions are made for children. But this one is not only for children, but it's mostly for adults. So yeah, let's hope there are many companies that will join so that this kind of support is given to more people in the future. Thank you for this. Let me say now the time has come.
It's for everyone. Everyone can use it.
Yeah, the time has come. I'm with Ngobile here. He wasn't introduced. She wasn't introduced. She is also our sign language interpreter. And thank you, Ngobile. Thanks. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, this is time now. We are going to be served lunch at the corner there. So I'm glad that we are on point with our time here. So after lunch, we are going to have very few presentations, I think 2 or 3, and then it will be just wrapping up. Thank you very much. Let us enjoy our lunch. All right. So, our first speaker after lunch is Dr. Emil Hoos. Yes. Yeah, thank you. Yes. The floor is yours.
Is it there? Oh, I can also put it here. Yeah, but we want to show it. Of course. Ah.
Do you want to use your laptop?
Yes, yeah, that will work faster. Thanks, man.
Let's do that. If you need pictures, you can talk to me. I'm here. Ah, you don't have
Absolutely
anything,
brilliant. I don't.
You see? Oh, here.
I've got, yeah.
Bring it this side.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Just before the presentation, we just want to give a gift. We just want to give a gift to pretty what you say? Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you all see my presentation? No. Okay, apologies. Yeah, there's something that happened here. Okay, we're just sorting out our technical glitches. But I want to first, if we can, I just want, before this presentation, I just want to acknowledge, this is not my time to speak, and I want to acknowledge every single person that came here today. I want to acknowledge our presenters. I want to acknowledge our university professors that attended from UNISA, but also at different institutions. I want to acknowledge every single parent, our government officials that came for this event. It really is something that's close to our hearts, and from the bottom of my heart, as someone who basically, I won't say that I'm the single figure in this, because although I did a lot of work, a lot of negotiation, it's a teamwork effort. So first I want to acknowledge Ms. Tambo. Thank you for your support always, and thank you for coming. We really appreciate it, and it's always an honor to be able to work with you on this course. Natanya Boto, thank you for this wonderful thank you for your wonderful artwork that's been seen here. I'm sure you're going to mention it now in your presentation. We're looking forward to it, but I want to thank you as well for sitting here and for also acknowledging every single one here by your presence. Thank you also for our presenters that's online. We only have one more presentation to go, actually two, but that's a pre-recording from Professor Tanya Atwood. But for our online presenters that came, that presented on the specific day, even if it was 10 minutes, we really appreciate it, and I want to acknowledge every single person here. You know, let me tell you that I am an autistic adult. I think I said like about 4 or 5 times, but I see it as my superpower, because my presentation that I'm giving now is based on a study, a project that I'm currently running with my mentor, Professor Mary Claskin-Johnson, and also co-authoring with her, as well as with Professor Enzo Johnson, and if RNA is online, I want to thank them as well for her support, because you know, it's a very, very important subject, especially at UNISA. You know, we've got over 380,000 registered students, and it's quite frankly enough that UNISA is one of your biggest institutions, actually largest in Africa. It's one of your biggest institutions in the world, and we we always remember, although I'm an international autism child advocate, and although I see myself as someone that likes to work on the ground, you know, someone that's got that personal touch with people, it's always important to know that you've got a bigger purpose as well. And I'm supported by Mark Mix. Thank you, Mark, for always supporting. I really appreciate it. I want to acknowledge the people first. Professor Mary Claskin Johnson, thank you. Professor Enza, you know, for always humbling me, to always tell me that the work is more important than what the public sees. And we see it here at UNISA as well. So I'm currently in my third year as a postdoctoral fellow, and we are busy with this neurodiversity project. And I want to plea to, I see there's some people that left, and I'm very grateful that I still have an audience here, but I really thank you for waiting for me to present. But I see a couple of my UNISA officials as well that are here, the bosses that are here. Geez, Aisha, I'm pleading for a job here. Yeah, you know, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, I'm very grateful for the other universities that attended this. But being at UNISA, I'm seeing this opportunity as an organization, or as an institution rather, that's got over 380,000 students. And I know that we acknowledged the work that other universities are doing, but my plea to us, we've got Auschwitz that's here, and I need to acknowledge him as well. Why don't we build our own center of excellencies here? We've got it. You've got me. Let's build it. Yeah, I've got all the contacts. I work on the ground. I work hard. I'm going to publish, and I'm publishing. We need to build this. Let's make a significant difference. But yeah, you can see that I'm neurodiverse because I'm jumping all around. But I want to, geez, I actually want to start with my presentation. Yeah, we are going to. But first of all, I want to acknowledge every single person. Sorry, guys. Okay, we are fixing it now. Okay. And I also want to acknowledge our previous presenter, Kate Wardle, as well as... Thank you. And Dr. Jeff Gwinzel, that's online. You know, the funny thing is about Dr. Jeff is that he's online, and he was so willing to participate in person, but due to the current conflict in the US, they don't want to travel. He doesn't want to risk his safety as well, which is understandable. Is it on? Yay! Fantastic. Okay. So I want to acknowledge everyone that presented before me, and I want to thank everyone here for your presence. Now, like I mentioned briefly, this is a project that I'm currently doing, and what's quite fortunate, I'm quite fortunate enough to be able to be in this position as an insider, as a neurodiverse person, as an autistic person now for the 7th or 8th time. I'm quite privileged to do this research project because that's where the heart is. I always say that in academia, if you want to make a difference, you compare head versus heart. Your head would tell you what's relevant when you look particularly at what's currently going on in the literature, what you read, but the heart is the interpersonal experience. And I think that is why this project, this neurodiversity project, is so successful, because we are implementing the head versus heart. Why does this study matter? Yay, fantastic. Why does the study matters? For those of you who's not familiar with the concept ODL, it stands for Open Distance E-Learning, has transformed higher education for years. It has opened doors for students who may never have been able to attend traditional university. If you think about that whole population of 380,000 students, you think about students that are in different areas as well. Students that are in rural areas, students that are in cities, students that are everywhere, different continents, all over the world. And that's why I actually said that UNISA is the center of excellency. It allows people to study from rural areas, from townships, from their homes, from workplaces, from hospital beds, and from spaces where traditional contact education may not be possible. Because I'm sure that by the raise of hands, I just want to ask, who studied at UNISA before? It's majority. It's majority of us. You know, what's quite frankly, now since I started my postdoctoral fellowship, when I'm meeting people or when I make contact with people that I'm not familiar with or that I met for the first time, someone might mention that they studied at UNISA. So it offers flexibility, it offers opportunity, it offers hope. But what makes the study important, it asks an important question. And all of us raised it so far in the presentations that we heard today. Does access automatically mean inclusion? And the answer from the students is clear based on the data that are analyzed. And that is unfortunately no. Access is not enough because students can be registered, but they feel invisible. Students can have access to learning platforms, but still not have access to understanding and support. Students can be admitted into the university, but still feel excluded from the learning community. And that is why this research is important. It looks beyond registration numbers. It looks beyond policy documents. And it looks beyond institutional promises. One of our presenters actually that represented, I think Ms. Tamba also mentioned it, that you've got something called policy compliance versus policy reliance. You can have the best policies in the world. You know, you can follow the white paper 6. I would say, apologies for my word, fluently. You can follow it predominantly, but if it's not compliant, then it doesn't. If you can't implement it, then it's worthless. So, what? Sorry, man. Okay. So the aim is to explore the lived experiences of neurodiverse students and students in open distance e-learning. If I struggle to communicate, communication has been a challenge throughout my life. Those of you who don't know my story, I was non-speaking till the age of 15, and it was a significant challenge to communicate spontaneously. So if you notice that I communicate or I struggle pronouncing words, apologies for that. And that's why I need to look down, because I made some notes which helps me with the fluency of my presentation. But it asks, what do neurodiverse students actually experience? And when we asked that question, students answered. And of course they answered with honesty. They answered with pain. And they answered with frustration. But they also answered with courage, resilience, and hope. Resilience is a big word if you consider neurodiversity. I remember one of the chairs of Autism South Africa mentioned that resilience teaching is based, or if you think about resilience is actually a game changer in the field of autism, but resilience is only built through continuous support. You know, and unfortunately, as someone who's got the personal experience, continuous support is lifelong. But with the necessary risk accommodations, resilience is built, and that contributes towards self-confidence and courage. So when you consider, we mentioned the policy promise. South Africa has a powerful inclusive education policy, right? But we have, and some of you might know this, we have the UNCRPD, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which affirms that inclusive, equitable, and equality as a human right. We have the White Paper 6. We have the strategic policy framework. We had a government representative that talked all about this wonderful white papers and this wonderful work that they're currently doing. We've got the strategic policy framework on disability for post-school education and training system. These frameworks tell us that students with disabilities, including neurodivergent students, must receive reasonable accommodations, accessible learning materials, and supportive learning environments. But the responses from the students are totally different. It shows us from the findings that there is often a gap between policy and practice, and the gap is where our students, our neurodiverse individuals, our neurodiverse personalities suffer, because inclusion is not proven by what is written in policy. Inclusion is proven by what you experience, what students experience, what disabled people experience. Look, a university, and I know I'm a postdoctoral fellow at the university, but a university can have the most beautiful policies, can use the most famous words, big words that people don't understand, but it can still leave a student feel unheard. A system can speak the language of inclusion and still function in ways that exclude. So today, I first want to say clearly, inclusion is not a document. Inclusion is a daily experience. It is experience when the lecturer responds to empathy. It is experience when accommodations are given on time. It is experienced when learning materials are accessible. It is experienced when disclosure is safe. One of the biggest challenges that we find, especially in the findings of this study, is that students felt that they can't disclose based on fear of discrimination and victimization. And I'm sure if you consider the field in general, some parents, neurodiverse individuals as well, they've got this perception that neurodiversity is an inability, is a barrier, is a deficit. It is experienced when students do not have the fight every day to be understood. They need to fight every day to be understood. And therefore this is personal to me, because as someone who was non-speaking until the age of 15, as someone who's neurodiverse itself, as someone who's married to a beautiful autistic dyslexic lady, I understand what it feels like when people underestimate you. I understand what it feels like when people look at your communication differences and assume you've got nothing to say. I understand what it feels like when systems are built around one idea of learning, intelligence, communication, and success should look like. But for many neurodiverse students, education is not about passing models. It's about constantly explaining yourself. It's about trying to prove that you are capable. It's about trying to access support without being judged. It's about trying to succeed in environments that often do not understand how your mind works. And that is why this title of this presentation in the beginning was matters, and that's why it was entitled Listen to Us. Because for too long Neurodivergent people have been spoken about, researched about, diagnosed, described and categorized, but not always been listened to. So this study changes that. It says that neurodivergent students are not just participants, they are knowledge holders, they are experts in their own experience, and they are researchers in their own lives. And therefore I want to talk about the neurodiversity paradigm and the 4A's framework, because the neurodiversity paradigm tells us that neurological differences such as autism, ADHD, dyslexia, dyspraxia, and Tourette's are not simply deficits, they are natural variations of human cognition. This does not mean that neurodivergent people do not experience challenges. We do, but it means that the challenge is not only inside the individual, it's often challenges in the environment. It's the inflexible platforms. It is the unresponsive email. It is the inaccessibility of the learning materials. It is the lecturer that does not understand and that does not want to answer the email. It is in the administrative system that makes a student repeat their story again and again and again. And that's why this 4A framework is basically a concept which the study proposes. What can we do to make universities more accessible? And those of you attended last year's seminar, also in this building, a professor named Professor Stephen Shaw, a well-known autism self-advocate in the US, basically created a 4A framework. This is based on this is just adapted based on what we're doing here. It's the 4A framework is what we can do to create a more inclusive and acceptable society, called awareness, acceptance, appreciation, and action to education. And this is basically what we the research design participate and the data analysis, because let's face it, the first major finding in access was resources. So if you think about that, it was the students were basically was categorized into 3 categories, and that is what the data came from. First of all, neurodiverse students who haven't disclosed their diagnosis, number 1, students that have disclosed their diagnosis. Secondly, neurodiverse students that did not disclose their diagnosis. And number 3, students with a personal connection towards neurodiversity. It's students that had a sibling that are neurodiverse, or students that are mothers themselves or caregivers themselves. And let me tell you some shocking statistic when it comes to, although you will see on the screen is 137, based on the call for participation, within the first few hours we received 1,200 students that wanted to participate, that accepted to participate in the study. And part of these students that have not disclosed, I found that the data 30% of those students are in prison because of it. So very interesting. So again, what are the key findings? Prof. Miriam, am I good with time? I'm doing well. Okay, I must keep moving on. Okay, sorry, I'm neurodivergent, my brain works. I'm getting passionate, but I need to go. So the key findings basically is that access to sources, the students felt that, like I mentioned before, the late communication, inaccessible materials undermined their academic success. Do you know what they needed? They needed someone that they can relate to, a lecturer, and I'm quite fortunate to work with people that's got a personal connection towards neurodiversity, that understands human connection, empathy, support, and also frequent communication. They understand reasonable accommodation. I know it's a big word, but reasonable accommodation is what we need based on the 4A framework. Awareness and action, that's what we need to create a more inclusive and accessible university institution. But like I mentioned before, one of the big struggles that these students experience is the fact that they had fear of stigma and fear of disclosing their neurodiversity despite needing support. And that's why I say through the support that they receive, majority of them, remember neurodiversity is very broad as well. So the students felt that majority of them felt that they do not have to disclose their neurodiversity because they feel that they are competent. But what I've noticed in the data is that the students show perseverance and a strong desire to improve institutional support because UNISA helped them, gave them opportunity. So the implications, basically, the implications of the study, what is actionable is that we need neurodiversity training and streamlined accommodations to enhance inclusion. To be honest with you, in Sunnyside campus, we've got Auschwitz has built a disability resource center. Prof. Pasha, if you're on here, let's use this to build a true center of excellency to accommodate these students. We need flexible and accessible learning, flexible assessments, and I think we saw teachers, school teachers here as well, which I really appreciate. But you know, if you think about reasonable accommodations, we can take this. We can basically refer to this. We need flexible assessments. We need multimodal materials, and we need adaptive technologies. But what we mostly need is basically accountability and feedback. Because if we give continuous feedback, it will improve inclusivity. And of course, that is how we basically will implement the 4A framework. And then I want to mention two last things. Okay, if you consider the student experience and how they experience the university, this is actually a brilliant model to explain basically the energy levels of neurodiverse students, in particular neurodiverse students. And thank you to and staff as well. It's like your battery runs out. Okay, so first of all, if you're on 60%, you've got friction nodes to physical inaccessibility because you are navigating university campuses designed without disabled people in mind. Because what happens is that your energy levels are so low that you struggle to keep up with tasks. And we can take this actually generally, this is actually a major description of what we can do, what every one of us experience. And especially when you consider neurodiversity, when you consider emotionally, socially, physically, and sensory-wise, this is how your battery feels. It runs out. Then when your battery is at 30%, that's basically when you basically manage your accommodations is a second. But unfortunately, when you do this administrative work, it takes 3 to 4 days arranging researches and filling university claims just to exist in the space. And that is basically what our neurodiverse students, our staff as well, experience as well. And another third thing is this charity dynamic. Now, all of us are now in the stage where we are referring to identity first language. You know, I must be careful what I say because we've got keyboard warriors that will, especially referring to neurodiverse field all over the world. What you say, they are very impactful. Or, well, not impactful, they immediately press your buttons when you say something wrong. But they believe in the charity dynamic. Sorry, they do not believe. What happens is that they see their institution as a charity dynamic where they work because they feel the emotional toll of institution treating legally mandated accommodations such as immense favors, the constant requirement to provide fresh medical proof of permanent condition. And that is what our neurodiverse students, staff experience. And therefore, when you consider the coping mechanism to survive in academia, what do a majority of our neurodiverse people do? in society, and it's so lekker because you know that you can relate on a personal perspective and what you see with our students. What do? They mask their behavior to cope through everyday life. They are mirroring so that they can act typical, so that they can show people what they are doing. But then again, do you know what it leads to? It leads to burnout and leads to mental health challenges as well. Because if you consider the externalized systems, if you overwork, you work on a superhuman level of productivity and aggressively counter the assumption of disability equals incompetence. And then what you also need to do is what helps you to cope, you need to basically, you're in a fight mode to be advocating for your reasonable accommodations. But yet again, what happens is that once you advocate, you are regarded as being difficult. Because you advocate. You advocate for your rights. Yeah, and therefore, you know, it's extremely difficult. And then what you do if you're not being accommodated, you are self-accommodating yourself. What do? Avoidance. Bypassing official or bureaucratic HR channels entirely. Creating your own informal support networks and quietly altering one's workflow to save energy as well. Because it's part of neurodiversity. Remember, you are working with a different brain type. And therefore, I want to add, I'm nearly at the end. The presence of neurodivergent students and faculty is a profound institutional asset and not a legalized burden. By dismantling ableist stigmas, breaking down the glass walls, okay, I'm nearly done, of solid support and fully embracing neurodivergent body minds, higher education institutions can fulfill their ultimate mandate to be inclusive, universal. We always talk about universal design. Be universally inclusive. Build universally inclusive hubs of human potential and diverse thought. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. House. We all could feel the passion. Yeah, because the man is talking about his own experiences. Yeah, it's unfortunate that we don't have enough time, I would say. So we need to move on. Thank you. Natanya Porter, join us, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I am Natanya Bueta. I am an environmental activist and a mosaic sculpture artist by profession, but I do wear many hats in my profession. I'm also a neurodivergent, and it has not been easy for me up until this day. So one of my hats that I wear is I'm a teacher. I teach individuals with special needs, predominantly Down syndrome individuals who are nonverbal. So just to give you a bit of background, the art you see standing here, there's two pieces. I've used the Roman rule to create these pieces. I know you think of mosaic, oh, it's lekker, let's just stick things together. It definitely does not work like that. Okay. And I don't have a lot of time, so I want to use my time in the most impactful manner to talk to you about the impact of my work. So I'm going to talk to you about 2 students that I've been teaching. The one's name is Kivash Naidu, and I asked him, Kivash, what would you like to make? And he went to his room, he put on his Springbok shirt. He's like, I want to make a Springbok sculpture. So I'm like, let's make this happen. So we make this beautiful Springbok sculpture. You're welcome to go onto social media to look at it. And after we've made this sculpture, it was showcased on You Magazine, Huisgenoot, The Good Things Guy. I mean, international media got hold of this, and it was so amazing. Okay, so a private art collector comes to me and he's like, listen, I'm a real Springbok fan and I would like to purchase this piece. Now, I know we say today in today's theme, every person has value. Now, in the art world, your art carries value as well. So this person bought the sculpture from us for 20,000 Rand. Okay, now it's not a lot of money if we're talking art and we're talking sculpture. It was only because it was his first sculpture he created. Okay, his mother could not even believe it. She was like, I thought my son would never be able to create the income for himself. So that is one example. My second student, he's very special. He's Greek. His name is Nicholas Slater. He's 17 years old. Also non-verbal, Down syndrome. I've been working with him for the past 2 years, almost. And let me tell you, I have to be very committed for this student. His classes is every Thursday. I have to go to his house and I have to get there before he gets home from school. If I get there afterwards, I can't do anything with him. So I have to sit and wait for him to get back from school, and then he has to eat lunch, and then he has to get changed. Like I said, it's a whole process until we get to the point where we can make art. But guys and girls, the art this boy makes is so beautiful, okay? It is like he has a talent from Greek on him, like I can't even explain. So when I started working with him, he could not talk at all. Now, fast forward, when I see him, he would ask me, how are you? What are we doing today? He would say the colors that he uses in his art. So I can definitely see the progress, the stimulation my art classes had with him. But to also mention, there is parents who would think, oh, okay, they're just having a fun, lovely session. And that is definitely not what structured art is, especially when you create to catalog art, for art to create value, for you to sell it, not just at a Sunday market, but for your art to really create provenance to go into the museum. So when we say every person's life has value, in the art world, there's 2 things that determines value. The first one is social value, and this is where communities decide what they celebrate, preserve, or elevate. And yes, that for today, I want to advocate that you are part of a community. You are here today because you have interest in the neurodiverse community. So if you do meet or come across someone who is an artist, who is part of this community, please do advocate for that art to be preserved, because it does have value, especially when it's created by someone who is special. Secondly, there's the human value element. So in many systems, people are judged by productivity or conformity. And this is a very narrow lens, right? So in this line of work as an artist, value comes from presence, from participation, and from uniqueness. And I believe what I do, it's very unique. It's not just something you will find at every corner, because I feel there is so much emotion attached to it. There is so much meaning attached to the work that I do. Just to draw your attention, there's a sculpture at the back made from close to 4,000 empty bullet casings. That sculpture is made for the United Nations. It was for the 80th commemoration of the UN. And it carries a meaning of how can we turn remnants of conflict into peace conversations. So that sculpture is going straight back to the UN, where it will be showcased as part of their dialogue sessions that they have at the UN. And I hope that it will go into the United Nations Museum in New York. Now, this is not something impossible, okay? Because, as I said, value comes from presence, it comes from participation, and it really comes from how passionate the person is about their art. So, I believe I don't have a lot of time. I would love to stand here and talk the whole day. But in closing, my art is inspired by Antoni Gaudi. Now, for anyone who does not know who Gaudi is, he is responsible for all of the mosaics in Barcelona. And he had this war with the straight line. And I believe as a neurodivergent that I also have this war with that not everything in life has to be straight. And you can create your own color palettes. You can create something new from where someone would just see nothing. You can create something. So I'm going to end off with a quote from Gaudi. And Gaudi said to us that originality consists of returning to the origin. And I feel that that is exactly what I'm doing. I'm returning to a simpler truth, that every piece in a mosaic matters, and that every person has a place in this on this planet, and that together we can create something whole. Thank you so much for the time and for the opportunity to be with you guys today. Thank you.
Thank you, Natani. Thank you for your presentation. Really informative. Ladies and gentlemen, we have run completely out of time. So we just begging for your little bit of patience whilst we are wrapping up now. So there is one more presentation, is an online one. I've been promised it's not going to be too long. Thereafter, we'll be closing. I've spoken to Dr. Lidwaba, and we have agreed that due to time constraints, she's not going to present today. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lidwaba, for understanding. Yes. Right. Do we get Jeff online, please? Yes, there he is. Hello, Jeff. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
The floor is yours.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. But Emil House want to say a few words before you start.
Hello, Jeff.
So, can you see my screen, I hope?
We can see your
Very
screen.
good.
Yeah, you are
So-
on the big screen. Everyone can see you loud and clear.
Are you
There we go.
are you hearing me now?
Yes, we can. We can hear you. Thank you very much. Now, I've got the distinct honor to present one of our presenters, and officially our last presenter today, a man
Wonderful. Then I am going to start it.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Jeff. There's a little bit of a delay, but I want to introduce you to a man that makes a significant difference throughout our lives, and who makes a difference in education, in therapeutic interventions, and also someone that leads an organization that in the education sector and in therapeutic interventions that truly connects with individuals. For those of us who doesn't know what ICDL stands for, it stands for the International Council on Developmental Learning. It's an organization that's all over the world. We are based in New Jersey, but as the president of the board, we are basically we are promoting an intervention that was started by a man called Professor Stanley Greenspan, and we are in the process of expanding this all over the world. And this man is one of the most significant speakers that you will ever find, someone that's got a personal connection towards neurodiversity himself, but as someone that speaks all over the world. Now, Dr. Jeff Gansel is the CEO of the International Council on Developmental Learning. I'm honored to call him a friend, and I'm honored to be the board president of an organization that makes a difference to millions of people. So without further ado, Jeff, the floor is yours. You can present, Jeff.
Thank you. I want to thank Dr. Emil Oz for inviting me to speak today, to be back with you again this year. It is an honor, and I want to thank everyone at UNISA and everyone that's been a part of this event for having me here today. There is quite a delay. I hope that just the timing of my voice to you receiving it. So I'm just going to keep on talking and assume that this is all working well. So I wanted to follow up on some of the presentations that have already been presented. Emil talked about listening to us, listening to autistic individuals. And that is the centerpiece of my message to you, the gift of understanding. We can talk about human development, and I can talk for days upon days about how human development happens and how all the technical aspects, the research, the academics, the science. But when it comes down to it, it's all about understanding. One of the greatest gifts we can give another person is the gift of understanding. Understanding, on one hand, is simple, but at the same time, it is profound. When a person knows they are being understood, their nervous system settles, it organizes, it opens up their thinking, and it increases their capacity to engage. That sense of knowing you're understood. People often talk about someone feeling understood, which is important. We need to feel it inside of us. But I think at times that can be too superficial. It can be too artificial. People need to know, autistic people need to know in particular, that they are understood. Because one of the greatest gifts we can give to someone is the gift of understanding. When I talk about promoting development with respect, this begins not with changing the person in front of us. It begins with changing how we see them. It begins with understanding them. When we look at a person differently, we can see a different person. And that is incredibly powerful for them. Incredibly powerful sense of understanding them. Autistic individuals are often, the burden of adapting is put upon them to adapt to the world around them. But the reality is when we deploy this sense of understanding, this process of understanding, that moves us towards the responsibility of mutuality, that's a shared responsibility, that adapting is not all on the autistic person, but that's a shared responsibility. So I put this quote up a number of times, right? You've seen it a few times already, and you're going to see it some more before we're done in the next minute or two. And I put it here because I want to keep bringing back the message. And in a way, it's very, very simple to seek to understand. And some of you might be saying to yourself, okay, I've heard this a few times already. I don't need to see it again. But for the autistic people that are here, I would venture to say that every autistic person here today can talk about being misunderstood and how devastating the process of being misunderstood is, how detrimental it is to their mental health, to their well-being, and how simple it is for someone just to take the time, as Emil said, to listen and to embrace the power of understanding. Feeling seen, heard, and understood is not a nice extra. It is the foundational condition that allows development and growth to happen. People need to feel understood. People need to know that they're being understood. Being respectful in the developmental process and understanding is not a passive endeavor. We need to do this actively. And so I give you 3 nuggets, 3 little pieces that you can walk away with and think about. 3 steps that start with genuinely meeting the person where they are. Genuinely being present with them. You may not know always what you're doing, but just being with them. Not thinking about what you're doing to them, because many autistic people have a lot of other people that do things to them. They need people to just be with them. And so take the time to be truly present. Then follow their lead. Follow where their unique mind is. It's amazing what you can discover when you genuinely follow their lead. And then build upon their strengths and differences. Don't think about, as Emil said, don't think about those strengths and differences as just deficits. Yes, there may be challenges within that, but we can build from those strengths and those differences. The greatest gift, one of the greatest gifts we can give another person is the gift of understanding. A reflection for all the non-autistic individuals here today. Perhaps the question is not whether autistic individuals can learn to understand your world. Perhaps the question is whether you are ready to understand theirs. So I am going to close. I'm going to share my information with you. of who I am, and if you want to reach out to me. And in the marketing world, they say you have to see something 7 times in order to remember it. So I'm going to put the quote up one more time, because I want you to remember that the greatest gift that you can give someone else, especially an autistic individual, is the gift of understanding. Please go forward and seek to understand the people around you. Our world needs it more than ever.
Thank you very much, Jeff. We appreciate you. It was short, sweet, but very insightful. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to last, but both these items are for closing. Prof. Munyai.
Good afternoon, Baholo. Good afternoon. For the first time today, for the very first time today, I saw a professor cry. Where's the prof from UJ? Has he left? He really cried. First when Osputi Mashatile was presenting, as well as during the performance by Unica. That tells you that we can move mountains when you can make a professor weep. On behalf of the executive dean, I'm supposed to have been Professor Roto, and I would have been a deputy dean. So I lost that opportunity because I was introduced as myself. So I've lost the opportunity of being an executive deputy dean. As we conclude this most important seminar, colleagues, it's necessary to ground ourselves in the concept that has brought us together, which is inclusive education. I almost mentioned where I was working before I came here. But one of the reasons I left that institution was that I was teaching inclusive education, but there were no ramps. So I complained. I went to my COD and director and asked that if I have to teach students about inclusive education, yet a simple mechanism of a ramp is not there. And we fought since that day until I resigned. Inclusive education is not a slogan, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a policy checkbox. It's a systemic commitment to ensuring that every learner underline is valued in spite of who they are and where they come from. It demands that we shape institutions, or reshape rather, institutions and not fix individuals. Because remember, the last speaker now said, it's not about having autistic individuals understand our world, but us understanding theirs. It requires us to move from asking, how does the learner fit in the system, to how must the system adapt to the learner. And in particular, we spoke about, we are here to discuss autism. And autism is not a deficit to be corrected. It's a form of human diversity to be understood, respected, and most importantly, supported. Being champions of autism means that we should recognize neurodiversity as a strength. When, was it Amira who sang the national anthem? When she said, Vincero, Vincero, and it comes from somebody who is autistic, it tells you that we will win, Prof. Mutizu. We will indeed win. We must also design learning environments intentionally, like having a ramp where I used to work. We need to equip educators properly. Somebody asked this question. Oh, yes, Dr. Mbelu earlier on, that we can have 200 schools for autism, but if we don't produce teachers to teach there, we shall have failed. The real question that we must ask today is, what are we going to do differently from tomorrow? Now we're going home, Regile, we are full. But from tomorrow, what are we doing with the knowledge that we gathered today? Because if this ends as another well-organized event with no structural follow-through, then we shall have failed. I'm leaving you with 3 non-negotiables. The first one, institutional accountability. Every department, every institution must demonstrate how inclusion is implemented, not necessarily how it is described. We're not here about policy, we are here about implementation. Capacity building, we must invest in teacher training, like I just said, that is practical, ongoing, and measurable. When we went out with also Rachel, what I liked about her is she doesn't have bodyguards. Did you notice anything about bodyguards, Prof? She's so cool. And Prof. Mutiso said, please, we need to collaborate. And she gave me a business card, and I'm not from inclusion. She gave me a business card that, Luena, we rope you in. We can work with you collaboratively. Market there, so it's colleagues. With these words, I really would like to say, let's stick to the 3 deliverables and make sure that this is not just a talk show, but something that we can carry home and implement for the future. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was our own Pavarotti. Hey.
I'm here already.
Right.
No need to introduce
fine.
me. Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I freestyle, so I know he's gonna say too much about me, and there's no need for that. I've been asked to come and act on behalf of my boss, Prof. Tabane, so it doesn't matter who I am. Just very short reflection, which I think we should take home. Most of the work of inclusion is put at school level on teachers, and I think that's where we are failing. Because society is not at a certain only space. When you come to university, there's no capacity building on inclusion. You go to companies, there's no capacity building on inclusion. You go to societies. I do work in villages where people are still tied in chains because they are believed to be crazy when they are autistic or whatever other invisible disability and intellectual disability. So what I would request for all of us, and I think the last speaker has mentioned it, let's be present wherever we are. Don't take inclusion and make it a job. It's not an occupation. It's the work of passion. It's the work of humanity. So I want to thank all the people who are here so that we save time. If you are here, thank you for all the great work you've done. And yes, and all the people that were online, we really appreciate you. But most of all, you are still here. And we really thank you for being patient and being, it's not that those that left were not, but they had to rush somewhere. But the fact that you are here, we really appreciate that. So can you do me one favor? Can you stand up? What we don't normally do as human beings is that we'll be sitting here
and we have not greeted each other. So can you just tell the person next to you, thank you for being here? If you are a huggy, please hug. If you kiss, please kiss. I don't mind. And again, tell the person, thank you for caring about people with autism, because the fact that you are, it means you care. Thank you so much. And then lastly, just like the children who were dancing here and singing said it to us, we are all here to create a better world. So as we live here, keep doing whatever you are doing and even do more. And do it in style, because inclusion is about accepting others, not judging other people, and always working from their own, you know, ask them what they need. Don't assume, don't try to be better than anyone, just be humble. That is the work of inclusion. Thank you so much. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you.
I officially declare this meeting adjourned.